in a glorious victory. AllReasonNoLogic, hosting King of the Hill lobbies, most Sundays. Join our Discord to be part of the action. See you in game, Commanders. Beyond All Reason fans, welcome to King of the Hill by AllReasonNoLogic. Experience 2 or more teams facing off in epic scale warfare, where the Horde gang up on the Kings of the Hill. Kings start off with an economic bonus. They do their best to defend an onslaught after a no-rush timer expires. Test out your micro and defend against multiple players in variations of this game mode. Or be part of the masses. Team up with your allies to topple the throne in a glorious victory. AllReasonNoLogic, hosting King of the Hill lobbies, most Sundays. Join our Discord to be part of the action. See you in game, Commanders. Beyond All Reason fans, welcome to King of the Hill by AllReasonNoLogic. Experience 2 or more teams facing off in epic scale warfare, where the Horde gang up on the Kings of the Hill. Kings start off with an economic bonus. They do their best to defend an onslaught after a no-rush timer expires. Test out your micro and defend against multiple players in variations of this game mode. Or be part of the masses. Team up with your allies to topple the throne in a glorious victory. AllReasonNoLogic, hosting King of the Hill lobbies, most Sundays. Join our Discord to be part of the action. See you in game, Commanders. Beyond All Reason fans, welcome to King of the Hill by AllReasonNoLogic. Experience 2 or more teams facing off in epic scale warfare, where the Horde gang up on the Kings of the Hill. Kings start off with an economic bonus. They do their best to defend an onslaught after a no-rush timer expires. Test out your micro and defend against multiple players in variations of this game mode. Or be part of the masses. Team up with your allies to topple the throne in a glorious victory. AllReasonNoLogic, hosting King of the Hill lobbies, most Sundays. Join our Discord to be part of the action. See you in game, Commanders. Beyond All Reason fans, welcome to King of the Hill by AllReasonNoLogic. Experience 2 or more teams facing off in epic scale warfare, where the Horde gang up on the Kings of the Hill. Kings start off with an economic bonus. They do their best to defend an onslaught after a no-rush timer expires. Test out your micro and defend against multiple players in variations of this game mode. Or be part of the masses. Team up with your allies to topple the throne in a glorious victory. AllReasonNoLogic, hosting King of the Hill lobbies, most Sundays. Join our Discord to be part of the action. See you in game, Commanders. Beyond All Reason fans, welcome to King of the Hill by AllReasonNoLogic. Experience 2 or more teams facing off in epic scale warfare, where the Horde gang up on the Kings of the Hill. Kings start off with an economic bonus. They do their best to defend an onslaught after a no-rush timer expires. Test out your micro and defend against multiple players in variations of this game mode. Or be part of the masses. Team up with your allies to topple the throne in a glorious victory. AllReasonNoLogic, hosting King of the Hill lobbies, most Sundays. Join our Discord to be part of the action. See you in game, Commanders. Beyond All Reason fans, welcome to King of the Hill by AllReasonNoLogic. Experience 2 or more teams facing off in epic scale warfare, where the Horde gang up on the Kings of the Hill. Kings start off with an economic bonus. They do their best to defend an onslaught after a no-rush timer expires. Test out your micro and defend against multiple players in variations of this game mode. Or be part of the masses. Team up with your allies to topple the throne in a glorious victory. AllReasonNoLogic, hosting King of the Hill lobbies, most Sundays. Join our Discord to be part of the action. See you in game, Commanders. Beyond All Reason fans, welcome to King of the Hill by AllReasonNoLogic. Experience 2 or more teams facing off in epic scale warfare, where the Horde gang up on the Kings of the Hill. Kings start off with an economic bonus. They do their best to defend an onslaught after a no-rush timer expires. Test out your micro and defend against multiple players in variations of this game mode. Or be part of the masses. Team up with your allies to topple the throne in a glorious victory. AllReasonNoLogic, hosting King of the Hill lobbies, most Sundays. Join our Discord to be part of the action.
Audio coming on, and we are live. Okie dokie. Just going to get the standard rules set up for our lobbies. And let's kick things off. Whilst I think Nightmare's testing a few things, so while this is happening, hey everyone, welcome back to the official Beyond All Reason stream. I am Twig, joined as always by Pradeth, with Tank Tom dropping in for special commentary in between games. Today we're diving into another King of the Hill, our classic Sunday event where the stakes are high and the battles get messy. Setup simple: a small team of kings fortify a hill with a boost to resources and control of the centre, while a massive horde of peasants build up their forces, gearing up for the 10-minute no rush to end, and then all chaos breaks loose. It's brutal, and it always delivers some of the most intense action you see in bar. Thanks for hanging out with us, and we'll get started shortly after this testing is done. What we are testing is getting lava into these maps. I like how they've put Duffy as the enemy in this one.
The first couple of test runs kept failing because there was only one team.
That makes sense. Yep, just trying to push that water level up high enough that it stops players from leaving that outside zone.
Yeah,
but not so high that they can't walk between their bases.
What's so happy if you run down the camera, you'll see that the ramps that go through the middle 5 circles are the same height as the outside. So unfortunately, I was wondering why my commander was getting damage. I've got a second commander. Yeah, you can't actually set this without taking out both of the ramps.
Yep.
So I think we actually need a modification to the Claymore for it to work, unless we completely forego the whole boundary connecting the peasants together, meaning you can co-op T2. I think it's my second com.
But it does stop people from trying to take those geos, which is at least nice.
Oh man, this is hurting my computer.
Got to build yourself a water-cooled one. That way all of this liquid won't go to waste. I expect the reason why it managed to take out the comms, it's not because it was lava or acid or anything, just full of graphene, so lots of electrical reactions in there.
Welcome to AllReasonNoLogic, where we spaz out your desktops.
Thanks for joining us for this little bit of testing until we get underway. Lobbies should be going live at some point very soon. You can try going Navy Uzi, but the water is unfortunately rather explosive for anything that goes in it. So even if you tried to get titles, those would not last very long.
What is cool about this is, man, it would be so good if we could have different layers, like the outsides of those 2 versus 1 situations to be lower. And then those ones that divide the king slightly higher, and then the ones around the outside all the same height, so that you have to we can manually lower them at a certain point. Anyway, let's get back into the lobby and set up the usual. Open up the lobby.
Yeah.
Are we planning on starting on this one?
Depends on how many people we manage to get. If we are looking at a small lobby, we might give this one a go. I know there's a lot of AllReasonNoLogic regulars that are quite a fan of this map. It allows you as a king to pit your skill against 2 isolated opponents. and then either take the map or try and rebuild in someone else's space after you have been taken. This one, more than all the others, is a test of skill because it does mean that there will only be one king and 2 peasants per triangle, and you really do have to work out how to work together or how to break one of the two before everything gets too far into the game.
I better get the rules up.
Yes, you had. I am responsible for the streaming stuff, and so I leave all of the writing stuff to Twig, which is a very good idea if anyone knows me.
And I leave all of the coordination of the lobbies to Tom, which is a very good idea if anyone knows me.
Yeah, you are not allowed to right click on any players whatsoever under any circumstance.
We apologize to everyone that Twig's accidentally kicked or specced.
Twig, change their ID. Ah, shit, I specced them. Twig, how did you even manage that? You're supposed to be putting a command in chat, not right-clicking on them.
What
Oh,
I should be
dear.
doing, I know Chrono's giving it to me every week, is there's a code that we have to get these rules published for everyone that joins. Where is that code?
It is. I love how you're the one who's put it there.
It's a welcome
It's
message.
that one, and then whatever you put behind it.
Yeah.
Does look like the kings have a reasonably stacked side for the moment, though Duffy jumping into the peasants will hopefully balance it out just a little bit. Duffy has really taken charge in the community as far as becoming an incredibly dominant player regardless of the map. He is a scary opponent whether he's a king or a peasant in anything that he does with these streams.
Alright. Hopefully that works.
We need one more king, don't we?
Yes, we do. And once we have a few more people join, I'll jump out and start spectating as per usual. But while we have a small audience and a small number of players, I'm going to take the opportunity to have a game myself. And since my favorite thing to do is play king, that is exactly what I'm going to do. For those of you that are looking at the screen, you can actually see all of the kings are orange or myself purple. That's because we have a full AllReasonNoLogic stack of kings. All friends in my friends list have decided to get in on this. So, should see a lot of very strong play out of the kings, though I still do pity anyone going up against Duffy.
Do I,
Yeah.
Is Ollie still in the game? I know he was playing a game against someone. He's leaving until the very last minute to leave it. Oh, he's up to 20 OS too. Nicely done.
Very nicely done. Do believe that Ollie is live on Twitch in the King's channel. In Discord in the King's channel. So you might be able to see exactly where he's up to and whether or not we'll have to spec him to see if he's got too far to go.
What we could probably do on this one is drag, seeing as they're all AllReasonNoLogic, we could probably drag them into this chat for this one.
I reckon that could be just fine. Bit of a casual first one to start us up.
Okay, I think we better start getting things going.
Alright, that is everyone except for Ollie ready it up. G'day, Ollie. Just checking in on your progress on yours. We're just about to, there we go. He is ready to up.
Wanira and Ollie, we've just dragged you into the casting couch, so just be mindful that you are being heard by the millions of viewers.
Yes.
Millions even.
Millions and millions and millions.
Twig's being optimistic tonight.
Let's get this one's started before Too many people join it
I
because
feel-
we won't be able to do Claymore.
Yes.
Yeah, I feel like we are gonna die horribly here.
Ah, look, we're a pretty strong set of kings. We've played
They
this
have
map for
nothing.
quite a
I have
while.
B-bomb and
Yeah.
a bunch of meat shields.
Who knows? Maybe maybe official stream will see the first loss for the Kings on Claymore. Happens plenty of times in our streams, but has not happened so far in this one. That's very strange. A lot of players have managed to sneak in despite the locked teams.
I think it's just team 2 that's locked at the moment.
Ah,
Yeah, I think this is really too big, but let's just do it anyway.
Why are we having this vote?
yes, I think that means that we'll be jumping straight into another map to start this one off.
I'm just going to start
No.
specking people, and we'll just force start this one.
He tries to do this repeatedly, this guy.
Bro, Hassan, where is he?
6 OS on the bottom of that team. Yeah.
What just happened? Okay.
And just waiting on everyone to ready up. Don't want to jump across to
Are we
setting up a
changing
Claymore.
maps, or are we going to give this one a go with this many people?
It's a bit too many people. Let's do throne.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Throne?
Yep, let's start off on throne, and let's move. Then we'll move across to raptors after that, and I'll jump into the spectate, so then I can commentate this first one, because we have hit the critical mass of players where it is significantly more important for me to be casting this than it is for me to be playing it. G'day Chrono, I see you there on the YouTubes. Thanks for stopping in and joining us. We've we were testing out your wonderful tweaks to the map before, but unless we see you in game, we're gonna wait for that debut. We think you've definitely earned quite the shout out and quite the starring role in this one for when that one does go live. For anyone who's listening to that and finding it very cryptic, good. You might see later. You might have to wait till next week. We will see.
30 versus 4. Do we think plus 45 is gonna be enough?
We will see.
It's a pretty
Yeah, I guess
strong
we're gonna
set of
find out.
kings.
It is a strong set of kings, but on the other hand, it's also a lot of comms and everything we need to fight through.
Yeah, that's very true. That is very true. Twig, you
guess
should be
this
giving
volley needs to
yourself
be
the
nerfed.
plus 54.
I haven't been doing this. It's happening by magic in the background.
Yeah.
Ah, good.
It's an illusion.
Well, then I'd better just make sure that it's precisely right. Then.
What we might do is go jump into the King's channel though to let you cast in peace.
Yes, if we're going to be doing that, then we will have to do that. Apologies for bringing you in and then kicking you out. We will try to be slightly more organized at the start of next stream and hopefully feature a few of the AllReasonNoLogic players for the very first cast. All right, let's get this show on the road, everybody.
No, it's just
Okie dokie.
people are next already up.
Last chance. 3, 2, 1. Yep. Let's force start. Who's in the middle?
Who up is better at scaling? I know I'm not.
That's me or Tom or Ollie. Ollie, you've been quiet, so maybe it's me.
Sounds right to me.
Tom's very good at defending, so I do want Tom on a corner. It's usually a corner I don't have to worry about.
I mean, I usually also do my defense up pretty well.
Yeah. I mean, everyone, AllReasonNoLogic does. Now, do you guys want to do your own T2s, or am I handing out?
I would like it handed out so I can just focus on scaling up faster initially.
Mm-hmm.
I'll look at building my own one, I reckon.
Yep.
I think from what we've done on some testing, when you try and hand them out to everyone, you end up getting them building mexes at about the same time as what it would be if we built our own.
Yeah. Though I think I'm also gonna spawn here,
Yeah, I
so
like it when you do
I'm
that.
more quickly
Yeah.
on the defense. As far as I know, banishes is a yes, right? Interest. Wait. Oh, I see. Ollie is having to reload. Well, are we gonna rotate it clockwise or counterclockwise so that this is a position, or it's like this?
With you being there, I was probably going to rotate down. I think I'll look after that.
Yep. Then
Clockwise it is. I'm naturally going Armada.
honestly, I also started to prefer Armada a lot on this map.
Yeah, it just seems to go better in King of the Hill. It's just because of the spam and the tactical sort of side of things. Got the,
There
Like, sure,
isn't
having
an
one Cortex from the later game for the Carcanist and so on is still very powerful, but
who was that?
that was Ollie that has joined in late.
Steffi.
Oh, we have enemies on a second level. Yeah. Yeah. Well, let's see. I think I can get away with one wind into lap immediately.
I reckon that works.
All right, everyone good now on our side. Ollie, you're all good, ready to go. All right. Happy for Winera or Ollie to do a 4 start now. Okay,
It
don't worry
sounds
about
like
that actually.
they're having fun. I can see that.
I mean, they can force start whenever. I feel like we are pretty much ready here.
Yeah, they've still got people up on the second level though. See, because nothing's actually happening at the moment, I can look over at my other screen and see what's going on.
Yeah. But yeah, at least we don't have to hunt pesky mechs or comms down in the water this time.
Oh yeah.
So
Just one more that's still in the wrong spot.
Yeah, that seems like a.
Yep, I can see that. God damn.
Sometimes
the
it's just nice to be a king
Oh,
because you don't get a
wow.
million pings.
Oh my god.
So enough of the pings. It was still pinging now from that.
Who is pinging people?
I don't know.
Shall we 4 start this?
It's for start.
Battle
Alright,
started.
cool. I should probably do a build queue then.
Probably not a bad idea.
Like I had on mine
Enemy
build queue
commander
on
destroyed.
already. Well, somebody did move. one wind into lap is tight, but it's doable.
Oh, that wind is horrible though.
Yeah, but it's why I need to make the second. Like, if the wind was good, it would have been perfectly fine what I did.
Lucky I went into a solar to start.
Ah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm doing
Gives
the.
you the same amount.
Dumping into the solar so that I can finish off, and there's actually wind available to me.
With 2 takes, that does not sound fun. I mean, on a bright side, with how starved we are for wind or energy from wind, they are as well.
Yeah, that ain't great, is it?
Aircraft spotted.
Why is
Ah.
on?
What?
Enemy commander
Oh,
Shouldn't
destroyed.
Tom, that was your job.
I thought I had done it. I don't know whether it was because we changed.
I thought it was just. Oh man, I'm doing terribly. Too much distraction.
I need more willpower soon.
Went
Oh,
the wrong
no.
way, Ollie.
Worst start in this that I've done.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Oh, my favorite people. What are you doing in here today?
Trying to murder some kings. Or peasants. I don't feel like murdering myself.
I hurt
An allied
myself
commander
today.
self-destructed.
Never mind.
Just an FYI, we are streaming.
Oh yeah, because you're live on the things, aren't you? Ooh, that is horrific.
Is it already time for me to consider my T2?
Yeah, I've totally stuffed up because I've been trying to chat in the moderate
Yeah.
thing.
It's
So
fine. Just slightly changes what I'm doing,
yeah, sorry.
which is fine.
Still probably get you one, but
It's fine, I'm already setting up everything I need for it.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Let's see, 4 beamers should cover most of the spam.
Enemy commander destroyed. Low power.
What is that sound?
Stuff getting deleted probably.
I can hear a shot into the heavens. I've got your T2 now. I mean, you're going your own, but I'm going to give you one anyway so you can get
Enemy
those mixes
commander
upgraded faster.
destroyed.
Yeah,
If you have
just allows me
any
to have a
middle.
second one running the motions here.
But if you don't, that's all good.
It just allows me to get all the mixes up even faster, having two running the motions.
Yeah. Don't rely on me, guys. I have totally fucked up my build. I might even have to go just D2.
Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed.
You can stop.
I keep hearing explosions.
Yeah, I think someone's just ground firing a
Anyway, I'm gonna
Yeah.
double check what I might be attacked with. That should cover
Enemy commander
it.
destroyed.
Once this is done, I want.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Yeah, looking alright.
Starting to stock up on Jaguars so I can see what I can do.
I'm gonna have my FS up.
You went APHIS, did you? Don't let that pop. Where have you put it? Oh, Tom. No. That is
That
so
is gonna be
die.
spider jumped.
Something that's so pro can see where you put that. That's gonna just go pop. Start building units, guys.
There's a draft with
I
a
am
big
already
hole.
working on it. Shit, then you can start building that for me.
6 seconds.
I don't see anything here, so I might actually just swing up.
You
and
guys got
around.
radars, don't you? All of you got radars? Fuck. Not one of
I have-
you.
I have here.
Oh, you do. You got one. The other two don't. Quick, put a radar down.
picked, or rovers even. Let's see what I find over here. No
T3
defenses.
unit detected.
Worth
T3?
mentioning.
Yeah, that's what happens when
T2
That's-
unit detected.
get your commander there.
Mine's not going to be able to make it.
North side is
mine's-
getting hit.
Mine's on the other side, no chance.
Yeah, they have a hefty eco down there, I assume.
Tom, get your commander. Oh, that's not you, that's Ollie.
Yeah, that's Ollie's.
Where's Ollie's com?
I don't know.
Did you detonate to eat it?
Got the north player at least.
Yeah, the other North players also hit hard.
Oh, we got a comm here.
Already? Oh yeah, they're
Yeah.
down there, yeah.
Enemy commander
Okay,
destroyed.
it's dead.
Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed. T3 unit is ready.
Get your commander at H entrance.
Was their commanders at each entrance?
No chance of winning this with Duffy with getting multiple comms at the start.
Yeah.
Yeah, when they're rocking out with T3, that makes it real rough.
I would res these, but I'm going to reclaim them because
I've managed to get down and do a little bit of damage, but can't crack this one here.
Yeah. I'm gonna set up even more build power. I need to actually start spamming this shit.
If you're going down that quick, I'll come down as well and we'll surround. I don't expect to find defenses once we punch through this ramp.
Probably not.
I know, Ollie.
Yeah, yes I can.
Get these commanders if you can.
An allied commander self-destructed. Low power. You're overflowing metal.
Oh, what happened to my base? It's dead.
I
Scotland?
don't know.
Maybe?
I've got no eco left. Can I have a T2?
What actually happened there? Jeez.
You've received new units.
No, a T2 constructor.
You've received new units.
Maybe the next thing out in my lab.
You're the eco now, Tom. What do I need? I need T2
You've
constructor.
received new units.
You've got an 8% conversion.
Yes.
Pulsars are hitting very different these days.
Oh. Yeah. There's something nasty going on.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me based on what we saw at the start.
Twig, I think you got a pulsar 5-in-1.
Hmm?
You got a pulsar that fires like 5 times instead of 1.
That's when yours.
No, it's yours.
Oh yes.
It's just Twig.
This is when
What
you're
the
on
fuck
my
is this
screen.
also? The light is also bright as fuck.
Yeah, like there's a something.
You need spam. You need spam to be back up.
Okay, this is King's
Okay,
technology, I guess. Any pulsar gaming.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Let's see, can I finally clean this up? I think so.
Do you want me to swing up rather than down?
Nuffy's our biggest threat, but those vanguards that Ollie have, if they're protected, they can shoot down at the geos.
What's this shooting up?
Enemy commander destroyed.
Have you ever watched the swimming Olympics when they like synchronously swim? Give me the same feeling.
I'm punching holes here now. Am I actually in a position to start considering expansions?
Yeah, do it. I'm gonna just try and distract Duffy. That's gonna be my like one roll, I think. Do you reckon I could have that metal extractor when you're at the top?
Oh yeah, I managed to get it before you.
You've received new units.
Like I thought, like I had very
Stealthy
spare
units.
resources.
Detected.
This stealth.
Yeah, I've built an anti-stealth. We just need to have. Are you shooting from the
I have
bottom
very
here?
much coming in.
I was gonna go pop Ollie. Reclaim it quickly before that lands. That last 3%. So close.
I'm coming down with you, Twig.
Yeah, just trying to stay ahead of my stuff.
I've got a mix of jags and bulls to try and punch.
Yeah, I'm
Units
having a
detected.
shot
Bulls will do
shooters
really
trying
good
to ruin
against
my day.
these, actually, I reckon. Ah, Duffy just right in the middle. How did he get through? Oh, he's got multiple commanders as well.
Hold
Yeah,
up.
he will do.
I just realised I have no constructors left apart from one. There we go, I can build them now, I'm an idiot.
4 spiders. They're gonna show up and get ripped apart. Yeah, no. Fuck your spiders.
The spiders here too.
I'm not too worried about spiders overwhelming me here.
That's my T3 boy.
I need your commander to be ready there. Or and this is a weak spot here.
Stealthy
Ollies.
units
Oh
detected.
no, you want it back, Ollie?
You're overflowing metal.
Okay, I feel like I'm being cheesed here but by something that should not cheese me.
Overflowing.
Doesn't sound like a tremor though.
No, it seems like a fuck ton of them. Of everything else, but yeah. Let me just finish this off first over here. I can always rotate more stuff over.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Nice, Tom.
I'll pretend I was doing that and not that I just sent them out there to sort of explore. All that's problems.
Yeah,
I
it's
got
just
a
a whole
corner
bunch of
here.
T1s. Whole bunch of T1s. Get ready for this.
Corner cleaned. Yeah. I managed it. Here in the corner. Another one dead.
Nice. If you can rotate around from there.
That is
would be
indeed the
great.
plan.
Yep, we've got more army going there to clean up. We should eat all of this up here.
Yeah, I'm gonna reclaim it. I'm just starting to build the res bots now for it.
You want me to go into a
Oh,
team
I'm
fight,
actually running through here cleanly. They did not have anything to stop me.
Stealthy units detected.
And there's... Oh, there's a
Nice.
super fucking pulsar.
I have hit that eco a couple of times. Why do they have a big... Or is it just that pulsars are excessive?
It's the super pulsars they have.
I thought... Isn't that extra units pack?
Enemy commander
Not that
destroyed.
variant of it. Anyway, it's gone.
I'm coming in to help. Spread them out a bit.
Oh.
Stealthy units detected.
Nice.
3 pulsars! Or starlights I have here, then Jesus, they're doing work. Bang! That's a big position gone.
Yep, I'm gonna send a constructor out there now that that's safe.
Yep.
Stealthy units detected.
Oh, it was Duffy's base I blew up.
No, it wasn't Duffy's base to start off
He's
with.
bottom right.
Oh, he just took over.
EMP missile silo detected.
Ah, that's gonna be fun.
Enemy commander destroyed.
I need a starlight bolt here.
Stealthy units detected.
Hit that Geo up there, so they're going to be weak.
Yep. I'm also breaking through here on the south on them.
Stealthy units detected.
I am seemingly cleaning this up completely now here on this side.
Juggernaut detected.
On it. Oh boy, that pulsar.
Okay.
I am on it. Oh boy, big soul.
Yeah, I don't have enough to deal with all of that.
We don't need
and
it,
what's
do
about
we?
to come up my ramp.
Yeah.
Jog is gone at least.
Stealthy units detected.
Watch your comm. Yeah. That will make that if it's going to pop.
They're coming around.
You've received new units.
many spiders.
An allied commander has died. Warning, your team is down to
Oh.
its last
Thank
commander.
Yep.
Enemy commander
Invest
destroyed.
and running.
Go up here. Coming
Enemy
up here.
commander destroyed.
Coming up on Tank Tom's ass now.
Yeah. I can't hold it.
Stealthy units detected. Enemy commander destroyed.
That's all my good power going. I think that's us. Yeah.
Yeah, that's us done.
Get resign it. Control D, come if you want, Tom.
One man
Right
army.
where he is.
Kinda sad when I also have so many positions I'm actually stable on.
Yeah.
An allied commander has died.
Because I'm actually cleaning up the the bastion of the north there.
Oh, it was because we could never crack that bottom side at all.
Jesus, yeah.
That's a lot of figures.
Battle ended.
When they can outproduce us on T3. And they were outproducing us on Eco the entire way through. That's ridiculous.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
see,
I
metal
looked at-
produced, it's just ahead permanently.
Yeah.
They had like 8 commanders in that corner. And they blown up 4.
Like, hopefully they had fun, but yeah, like 8-man communism is just too much.
I mean, we got kind of close at one point there, but yeah, that was a lot.
Get more players on the king side. It's gonna be
Alright.
alright.
I'm gonna go join old mate because we'll probably be.
Yeah, I expect to be
Does-
opening it up in a sec.
Means that everyone else will have a place to have eco instead of being forced to shove 21 comms onto Duffy and force his eco through the roof. Joining me now, Twig and Tank Tom have just jumped into the casting couch from the King's position. That one was very, very rough considering what happened very early on to Duffy, but you did a fantastic job in the top half of the map, and you held on even beyond when I thought you would be able to. That first big spider push I thought was going to be the end. But you did a great job cleaning those up with bulls, despite the overwhelming odds with Duffy's big plays in the bottom of the map. How do you think you guys went?
I just got so distracted with the chat and the moderation before the 10 minutes was up. I
Oh
only
my
had 2
God.
fusions. I usually have an APHIS in that position.
Oh my god, I know. I was like, I kept jumping out, like I kept losing my spot and losing my focus because I was like, my big question was, you have 40 people around the outside doing the right thing. How is it that 3 of them don't notice that?
Mm.
You know,
Yes,
like
I guess.
it's pretty crazy.
Just gonna
We
message
held
him.
better than I thought we were
Um,
going to. It was nice to get
you
out
guys
to
did
some
great.
of the top side.
Sorry, I'm just reading messages about your scene, making sure you got the scene.
Yeah, no, it's swapped over.
Oh, good.
It just because we immediately had people on the second tier, and we had all of the pinging and stuff. I was in there trying to fix that, so it didn't swap over.
No worries. Okay, I better get the rules posted for this one, so those listening in for Raptors, it's all the basic rules for this one. There's no special unit bans that I can remember. So just the basic 4 rules I'm pasting in chat now.
So, would you like to hear some of the crazy things that happened in that match?
I was reading a lot of chat and saying that I think he got an extra 2 comms, but then since speaking to him afterwards, he was saying that he had like 10 comms feeding
He had 10
him.
comms feeding him. He
That's
had a
insane.
T2 lab by 1 minute.
Yeah, I like it.
He
That
had
is-
4 fusions by 5 minutes, and the advanced Geo, as well as all mexes in his areas T2'd.
Yeah, when the first unit I came across was T3, I was like, oh, it's going to be one of these games. I see.
That was
All Alright, we've got our 8
And
kings
whilst
up.
I tried to make it into that corner more than once, there was no way I was getting down into that corner.
Tom, if you can assign those 45s to those last couple of people so that I don't accidentally kick them. And I'm just going to send Chrono a message to see if he's going to make it around tonight in one of these chats.
I did mention that we may or may not see some pretty cool tech made by a pretty awesome member of the AllReasonNoLogic community. And if we do, we do. If we don't, we don't. But because of how absolutely amazing he has been, we want to make sure that he's actually in here. And when he does, I do want chat to give him a big shout out and a big thanks, because the amount of work that's gone into this is insane.
Essentially what he's done, people, is he's taken this map with it inverted, stuck in the coding world for quite some time, played with all the ramps so that we've got lava perfectly sitting over all the ramps. So somehow he's got them to dive down and come back up. So we don't have to force this no rush 10-minute rule anymore. There will be lava in between the kings and the peasants. And then it disappears nicely at 10 minutes with the help of the sneaky moderator. That's the rules once more.
We've got a lot of smack talk in the game chat. A lot of people think that the Kings don't stand a chance on this one. I think they'll be pleasantly surprised at just what the Kings can do with this much available to them. Yes, there are 50 players for the peasants, but just as a reminder, last week myself, Tank Tom, and Twig did a 3 versus 50, was it?
47.
I think it was 50 or
3 versus 47. And if you want to watch that one, the video should be going live tonight. And just a heads up, I wouldn't be this excited if the result wasn't what I wanted it to be.
That's a lie. You'd still send them to the video to
Yeah, okay. No, yeah,
and
no,
we'd
you're
do
right.
a round 2, which we might be doing at some point.
We've already got a mention in the chat there on the Twitch. Do it again. Maybe. Maybe.
Yes. We will, if we can, we will do it again. Major Tinny. Yes, so this game mode is 8 versus 50, but we have managed to successfully do a 3 versus 47, and it was reasonably balanced. We do our best to keep these one balanced. It's not always possible. You got to remember that we have everyone all the way from a OS 1 to an OS 44 on the peasants team. All right. Yeah. One thing we would love to do is just lock down the lobby completely.
Just need that guy to ready up.
We'll give him a couple seconds. 3, 2.
Wait, hold up. We've just had someone saying that Nightmare's debug command was overwritten.
Is that the one that I put in?
Could be, yes.
Yeah, leave the debugs for him.
Okay, yeah. Okay, no worries. We are good to go then.
Is air off?
Air is off. Do you know what I can't believe? That guy who went air didn't even question. He's like, oh, okay, and got rid of his air lab. It was not like
nice. That's what we like to see.
What an absolute phenomenal thing! Because I mentioned, why are people calling votes? Oh dear.
Let us start.
Yes, absolutely. This is a community. This event relies entirely on the community working together to make this happen. We can't do this without the community, because if everyone chose to break the rules, the game would just fall apart. We are doing our best to create a game mode inside of an RTS that doesn't exist, and everyone in general is absolutely fantastic about it, and we do really appreciate it.
Yo, scene change, my friend.
I cannot
let him
scene
load
change.
in first.
I can't scene change during the load-in.
Sorry, I
otherwise
forget
everything
that my
crashes.
computer is so much faster and more powerful than yours, and I'm in way
It
before
really
you.
isn't. It really isn't.
So Prey has like the best computer, but for some reason mine just loads about twice as fast, and I think it's just because I've got all AMD, which Bar loves.
It definitely does seem to. All right, Tank Tom, I think that you are one of the players this time round, are you not?
Yes, I am.
No worries, we'll keep you in here for the very short term as everyone loads on in and as we explain the rules, but then we're going to throw you back to the Wolves.
Yes. I'll probably jump out and join the casting for the next round.
Yes, got to keep my voice nice and fresh. So, while all this is happening, what is going on here? We have a hill in the middle. It has 8 kings on it. Those kings all have a plus 45 bonus. Those kings are going to have 10 minutes to do as they please, and after the 10 minutes, all hell breaks loose as people are allowed to move up and down these ramps. Couple of the other little things, no structures being used offensively. We do know that you can build very early structures on these high grounds over here, and they can completely shut down players because we have them spawning in so close. That is a big no-no. However, if you do it with a unit, that is all good. The focus of this game is most certainly units. You can use structures defensively. We have actually seen Junos being used in people's own bases to great effect when spam is coming up one of these ramps. We do encourage all sorts of play like that, but beyond that, we just encourage good old-fashioned honor rules. Do your best to keep them up and running, and we do have some phenomenally good mods in the chat. In the game, who take care of things best as possible. The dev team really deserves a massive shout out for this one. So, what do we want to see out of the Kings? We know that the Kings are going to have 7 mexes each, and we want to see them get those mexes to T2. We want to see them have at least a fusion by that 10-minute mark. And big thing that we want to see is early game aggression. The team that is aggressive at 10 minutes tends to be the team that wins. Give or take a little bit, 30 seconds, not a big deal, but you get what I mean. If the peasants want to win this one, 100% guaranteed, everyone build 20 incisors and go at the 10-minute mark. You cannot lose. We've seen it once. Well, we've seen 8 players do it once and it picked the Kings apart. But if everyone is greedy and ecos for themselves, we will see a very, very rough ride for the peasants. Twig, you've just been in the action.
Battle
Why don't you
started.
run us through? It does look like we do have a blue com starting in the middle, but it doesn't appear as though they are actually there. Does look like that's just going to be a medal donation for the Kings. Just remember, if you do break the rules, as it turns out, you may actually be giving some free medal to them. And that is a super scary thing because the Kings can already get a huge eco up by that 10-minute mark with an extra with that extra 45%. Now, jumping back to you, Twig, what do you want to see out of the Kings?
First up, very important where you start. I do prefer most of the starts in this map that we're seeing from the Kings, where you've got the 2 closest medals. Similar to what Duffy's doing, he's built 2 mexes. Knowing that he's got enough energy with the 45% bonus, he's gone into his lab before producing any E, and also he's probably smart enough to figure out a lot of the other Kings are overflowing energy as well that went into energy first. So could forego the wind and has managed to get a res bot out, which will reclaim, of course, the medal. You know Duffy is going to be the greediest out of all of them.
That whole build or modified just to get that medal income, but he cannot store it, so it's going to overflow to the team unless he stops reclaiming, which
Battle
he
paused.
does. Do you have a pause right here? Not sure what it is for just yet.
Yeah, okay, back to what I was going to talk about. Let's go over to Tom, because his is a bit more normal. Just going into the 2 mexes, and you want to get out, I think it's 4 constructors. So you send 1 back to get the 1 mex that is over in the middle. You send 1 down the lane off to 1 ramp. You want to send another down the right lane to the other ramp, and you get them to build their mexes on the way and be there ready to build some static defense.
Battle
And
started.
then you keep 1 in your base to build up that build power, and then eventually expand to T2.
Exactly. Getting the T2 up by that sort of 4 to 5 minute mark is what we like to see. Okay, so the player who had their com deleted just called for a resign vote.
Yeah,
Very,
unlucky.
very nice of them doing that. We do appreciate holding 49 people hostage for the one. Does look like Duffy is potentially APM stalled just for a second there. Hasn't got his builders doing. Oh no, because he's got the medal. He doesn't need to. Never mind.
He's just
He is
getting
focusing on
huge
getting
build
everything
power
out ASAP because of that reclaim. Very, very smart. I was confused there for a moment, but yes, when you start with a bonus 1,000 medal, you very much so
I actually think
can
we got
afford to be greedy.
typical commie corners that we see, which we're not seeing
Yes.
in any corner. This is going to be an absolute whitewash. He
Oh,
is going to punch straight
dear.
out what I think is the easiest entrance. So Duffy and Tank Tom probably in the two easiest positions as Kings to push out because they are against essentially 3 to 5 players. Whereas the players that are on the south, they're up against 6 or 7, or the north, I should say. And then the ones on the diagonals, northeast, southeast, etc., they're going to be against all the force of each of these corners, which has a good, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 players in each corner.
Yes. Does look like the bottom right does have a little bit of co-op eco going on. They're helping out with build power. These do appear to be set onto... they do need to be set on roam if they want to continuously bounce back without being manually targeted, but that is basically good to go there. So we will have some co-op eco. This corner should be able to get some T2 constructors out to people, but everyone else does look like they're a bit on their own.
It is insane how much metal that this commander has helped Duffy out. He's managed to get a total of, how many is that? 12, 14, 16 constructors out. And I like what he's doing with them. He's building wind farms out here. He doesn't really probably care if he loses those early days. It's a good distraction. If anything makes it up the ramps, they're going to take on that wind. And then he's going to already have some bigger eco in the base in the form of fusions or aphises, probably by that 10-minute mark. Going as T2, going to have it up probably by the 5-minute mark, if not earlier, with all those builders there.
One of the things you can potentially do is reclaim those builders for a little bit of extra metal if you need to.
You have T2 going up in reasonable fashion around the corners of the map. Not too many players. You only want to see like really 1 or 2 going up in each corner so that they can give out T2. And you really, really, really hope that more peasants than we've seen in previous weeks just build a ton of units, because that will walk all over the Kings. Even if half the peasants had, say, 30 units out, 30 T1 units out in sizes, blitzers, something with a bit of speed behind it, you will get the win.
But from what we're seeing around the map at the moment, we just have a lot of conservative play from everyone there. The bottom right side is distributing those T2 builders to everyone in the area. This makes such a difference if you do manage to do it. Unfortunately, it does slow you a little bit down from getting those fusions yourself, but by giving everyone here the T2, it does give them the units they need to be defensive or be offensive. So really good call there. We're also seeing some defenses in the top left side, a little bit further up the ramp than we'd like, but mines behind them, and we do like those mines.
So if we do this, just the 3 of us, for those just tuning in, we've been challenged to take on everyone, the 3 AllReasonNoLogic members, versus the rest once again. But this time, I'm thinking no bonus commanders. We had 5 bonus commanders last week, which kind of gave us too much of an eco boost. What do you reckon, Prey? Just us in our natural state with the plus 100 bonus?
I reckon that's possible, though it would definitely... I have a feeling we're all going to pick Armada. It would be nice if we could get some sort of core into the mix in some way, shape, or form.
I tell you
whether
what,
that's a commander dropped in late into the game, just so that we have that.
Yeah,
the other big thing
that's a
that
good
I
idea.
worry about with only 3 comms is comm sniping.
Yeah.
It would be very easy to lose the game with only 3 comms. I'm not opposed to taking up the challenge. That's just my 2 biggest concerns on that one.
I think my biggest concern is if there's that massive eco like you were commentating on in the last game, where 10 commanders funded Duffy into T3 by the 10-minute mark, and yeah, if Duffy's against us, we're probably going to struggle. Maybe he
I
should
reckon
be
I
our
could
Cortex
take Duffy. I could take Duffy.
We've taken him.
I swear.
We've taken him in the past. It all depends how much co-op he gets. He should be in
Yes.
politics. He seems to get a lot of people on this side helping him out.
I mean, when you've got an OS that high, it's not very hard to convince people that your strategy is going to work, because if it didn't work, you wouldn't have an OS that high.
Tank Tom going into an APHIS. I didn't love it last game, and he's doing it again. He's put it as one of his closest units to where
Positioning's not ideal, definitely not.
Obviously
But
behind
he
the
does
base.
have the... What he doesn't have is the build power. This has a 2-minute construction time on it, which is only going to leave him with 1 minute spare. He is getting that build power down now, but it's going to be quite a struggle. I don't mind going straight into
Oh, no,
APHIS
he's reclaimed it straight
if
away.
you can support it, but you need a lot of build power, you need a lot of energy to make that happen.
Yeah, and he's not got any advanced solars. He's doing this off of... How many wins that? 25. Doing this off of 25 wins, which is currently at 2.7. He does have the 1 energy storage, but with the slider down at halfway, that's only going to give him 3.5, 4,000 of energy.
Yeah,
Going into those advanced solars, realizing that yeah,
yes, definitely a small bit of a mistake there, but with 2 minutes to go, should still be able to get that APHIS up, should still be able to get at least a little bit of units on the way. The big concern that I have is that Tank Tom does not currently have defenses building, and if you're going to go that greed into the APHIS, you definitely want to have something to defend yourself with, beamers, whatever you want. But looking at his direct opponents, we do have 9 LLTs out of one of them, some mines and some dragon claws and the like out of them, which means that he may actually get a passive 10 minutes, which that's going to be his biggest saving grace, and sometimes risking it for the biscuit is worth it. So we're just going to have to find out. Duffy getting quite a decent amount of defenses at this front line for 4 construction turrets at this front point, at each of these front points, getting some Dragon's Claws of his own, as well as some pop-up turrets. So he's going to be well defended and ready to go with those 2 fusions. 2 minutes to go. It does look like he's got 500 Jaguars in the build queue. With 1 minute to go, we do really want to see a lot of units out of a lot of these players. We do have some grunts down in the bottom left-hand side getting ready for that assault. We do have a random D-gun going off in the bottom of the map. Thankfully, nothing too crazy happened just there. And on the top side, not much in the way of units, just a handful of incisors. With this little pressure coming onto the Kings are going to have a fairly cruisy 10-minute mark. 20 seconds to go. Twig, what's your prediction?
I think there is going to be a bit of a struggle in the bottom lanes out of the Kings. It looks quite defensive. We got the yellow, the brown, and the pink commanders with some defense, not huge amounts. But I do think Duffy's going to punch through pretty early on his side, and there's going to be a slow destruction to the... What's happening here? Oh, we've got 10 minutes elapsed. I'm like, why is there
10 minutes has elapsed. Everything is good to go. And we have units that are going to start making their way on in. I am hearing some long-range fire. Not sure if those are unit-based or structure-based. Very hard to tell exactly where everything is going on in the map at this 10-minute mark, but it does look like Tank Tom has managed to get away with his greed as his opponent's not attacking, and Duffy making his way down as the most offensive position right now.
The eco is definitely a long way in the favour of the peasants, which we do usually see at this stage of the game. But our best push right now is coming out of the Cream Commander.
Yes, those are going to run into mines. Mines detected, and those units have walked away. They know what's up. And it does look like some defenses are going to be needed for this light pink player. These beamers are taking up a... Pardon?
You're on the opposite side to me. I was talking about the Cream King. Oh yeah, I can see there's a white down the bottom. Wanira has pushed down with a bunch of lightning tanks and taken out a commander, a fusion, and a whole base.
Very nicely done, Winner. Sorry for missing that one. It does look like the next bit of action is Duffy slow sieging into the left side of the map. Has got those Jags for defense, but is relying on the Mausers for damage and the Ticks for vision. Ticks super strong in this game mode. The light pink player has been forced all the way back, but there is a flank coming from the brown player with these Fiends. If the Fiends can get in and take out particularly those Sheldons, that will blunt this attack quite nicely, but pink is getting the right units out to defend this, is getting a Starlight and a couple of those Jags to kill the spam, but spam is going to start trickling through and there are no defenses anywhere behind that line. When the 10-minute mark does hit, it sometimes is quite a good idea to build up just a couple of LLTs around the entrances to your base. Does allow for the occasional tick that does sneak through to be picked up instead of being able to potentially wreck an entire eco, which looks like is what might be happening here, as 3 ticks make their way into the brown base. And if they, unfortunately, they have been reclaimed, and the Arbiter did not do a lot of self-damage, which is quite lucky for that team. Duffy pulling the trigger and pushing in on the left-hand side. Duffy has made a foothold and quite a strong attack into the peasant side of the map. We do have a helicopter who has a decent defense right here. These persecutors are going to actually do quite a good job against those Mausers, and with the beamers, a lot of that spam should be picked up. So this one isn't going to wrap around in this direction, hopefully anytime soon, except a single shot from those Mausers does take out all of the energy conversion. So we're going to have helicopter on the back foot at least for a little while. While that is going on, the ticks continue to spam up the ramp in front of the light pink player. Tank Tom has moved in to assist, but the bull's not the best at taking out all of the spam, and one does manage to make it into the base. This is perfectly chain reactable wind, and unless that is reacted to, that could have been a big problem, but Starlight does clean it up, takes the mechs with it, but that is a small price to pay to keep most of your power online. Peasants scaling, continuing to scale nicely, but the gap between the two teams is closing. We do have 1,000 metal income for the Kings and 1,400 from the Peasants. That means that the gap is only an extra 50%, and that is nothing like the previous games where it was a 100% gap the entire way through. So the Kings will do quite nicely. If only these players did have a couple of T2 long-range T2 units to back up this spam pushing through the bottom left corner.
Just isn't enough action
bottom
from
right
the
corner.
Peasants. I feel the top left haven't really done much. Almost every player is just trying to scale. You can see most of them with the fusion. That means no one's building T1, no one's putting pressure on red. And
that means that red is 3 fusions into an Aphis. That's not what you want for a king to be able to do.
You need to keep that APM off the eco as a peasant. So like we've said every week, we think the best tactic would be that 2 out of the 4 corners hard eco, the other 2 tech/eco, and then every other player around the donut, around the crater or around the hill, T1, just keep going T1, putting pressure on the whole game, and the game will end a lot faster than you realise. Still, the bottom right, the only place that's managing to push up in any way into the Kings. And you can see here, by doing that, Tom and the brown player and the pink player are all being kept busy on that one ramp. And that's just action from one ramp.
But they are managing to push it back now. The tick spam has stopped. It looks like it's building up for a big push, but that has allowed for some of these sieging units to be taken out. Unfortunately, no spam out of the players defending, which means they did have to send a lot of their more expensive units in to be taken out in close range. One of the things you have to make sure you do is the reclaim. The Peasants doing a great job on the reclaim. There is 7,000 metal here. 7,000 metal is huge. For a king, that's actually more like 10,000 metal. You have to be claiming this. You have to win these metal fights.
I'm having to send all these units continuously down there. I think just been going into this APHIS for quite some time, not building units. So very good of Tom to go and help out their neighbour. I don't see any pushback really anywhere. Duffy, I know, is just keeping the pressure on with tick spam. Very nicely done of the player on the bottom left to put tick spam in the opposite direction.
Oh no.
But Duffy with so many APHIS.
Do believe we just had accidentally the wrong thing control D'd. The units out of the brown player, he controlled D'd them instead of the catalyst. Very unfortunate there. Just reacted to the ping but misunderstood it. Very sorry about that one.
Yeah, maybe he can be given some units.
Well, no, it looks like he's going to be okay. He's moving into T3, not a problem. Those were being used to help defend the ramp, but that ramp is looking like it's holding reasonably well. Tank Tom ready for an offense down the ramp, currently defending nicely with those beamers against the spam that's coming at him. But the Kings really do need to be getting out of here. The foothold that Duffy made has been cleaned back up, has been cut off. And Red's offensive at the moment, not overly working out. Cream still trying to keep the bottom of that ramp, does have some starlights pushing in, dealing damage. Actually, there isn't much of a response to those starlights. Those starlights and ticks should be able to do quite a decent amount of damage here. They're going to take out the T2 lab, and look at all that build power and all that condensed wind. Just a couple of those build turrets destroyed, and that wind should start chain reacting. Spam coming in now with the fiends. These should be able to get in and on top of those starlights to clean up, but they have turned back around to react to the maroon player, and that does mean that a huge chunk of this eco has been killed and another chunk soon to be killed. Invisible Comet walking its way in, does manage to get close but not close enough to destroy the units. The other Invisible Com is trying to get in for D-gun range but hasn't quite been successful as those units are walking away. Red's offensive back in full swing, but still stuck at the ramp. Units holding nicely. Does look like Green has managed to break through in the bottom right-hand side of the map finally. The sieging units pushing through very nicely. The pink player just not able to get properly online to defend this, and the brown player's units being pulled side to side to try and help Tank Tom continuing on the defensive. Spam. Big spam push through. There is plenty of Jags here, but that is a little bit too much spam to be easily cleaned up. And if they're spread out nicely, they should be able to get into the base very well. I did say that we like seeing some LLTs. These beamers doing a great job of cleaning a lot of them up. But these units now in, they get the conversion, and even bigger than that, they get the build power. That King is not reset on income, but reset on ability to build for quite a while, and with units pushing on in, it's going to be on the other Kings to make the defensive play. We do have a big attack on the left side coming up as well, with a huge amount of grunts. There's some decent defenses here, but there are 6 cloakers, which is probably not the ideal thing. But
Dragon's Maws, they're going to
clean it up very nicely.
I'm not loving the grunt ever since the rework. I mean, that wouldn't make a difference with this. I've got a sourness in my heart with the grunts losing their range. I would love to see them probably go back up to the 135-ish range. I think they got taken down to 110, and then they got bumped up to 115.
Does look like Red in the top left-hand corner has managed to finally break through those defenses and is now well and truly onto the warpath. These players ecoed for that little bit too long, and once the ramp dominance was established, they're now fighting a struggling battle where we have starlights taking out a lot of the big units and just so many pawns pushing in. Pawns not the strongest of units, but in numbers their DPS is absolutely crazy, and as spam they do a very, very good job of doing damage as well while they're in the front lines. With only marauders, ticks and a couple of shell shockers to defend, they're going to do a great job pushing in.
I tell you, Duffy's Tremor army is devastating everything that's in his path. 16 Tremors just running down everything. Just making it... It's turning these ramps into Chernobyl.
It most certainly is not an easy thing to fight against. Top right of the map does look like these constant merciless attacks with the starlights have managed to break through and break the players up there.
Answer to these people is spam. What beat starlights, and more spam than what's being sent at you.
Yes, and there is also a Tsar for defense as well. Starlights are such a strong unit when they have vision and when they are not being pushed. Do you have a defensive Juno that just went down? Great great thing to use those defensive Junos, but unfortunately a little late in that one. The bases have fallen, the eco-scaling area has fallen, and we do have a failed push with the last of the units from that player trying to come up the maroon ramp. Red has been pushed back a bit by the combined might of the top left corner. But this, I think, is only going to be a temporary reprieve because most of the T2 units were destroyed, and they're going to be built up for another attack on this end. There's been constant fighting in this bottom right-hand side. We now have claimed the area of the top of the ramp. Normally, we do say no offensive structures, but in this case, this is actually what I would consider to be defensive, because they have claimed that area, and these turrets do not have range to shoot beyond the area that they've claimed. Totally happy with that, especially considering that there is now T3 in front of it, units in front of it that are just slow creeping their way in. It's going to be very hard to push them back down off the ramp with a position like that to fall back to. Does look like we have some offensive catalysts coming down on the front line for the peasant players. Just going to remind them, there we go, Twig has reminded them that those are not what should be used. Their range, just for anyone that's interested, does reach the King's production. That is not okay. We do leave them in there because there we go, one of them has fired. And bang on target for that T2 lab. That is very unfortunate for this. Unfortunately, it is very hard to keep an eye on all of these things. The pink player getting very hammered through all of this. Does look like they're about to fire a second one.
Oh, well, I might remove that player from the game. Unfortunate.
Yes.
If I can find them. Oh well.
Have you managed to...
Yes. I found them, yeah, they've been
Yep,
removed
there we
from the
go.
game.
That has been removed. Potato. Again, one of the reasons why we have that rule about not allowing for offensive structures is specifically because of that. The Kings are in such a small space, it is impossible for you to do something about that sometimes. Whereas actual offensive units are a little bit more of are much more manageable. Putting catalysts down there and attacking into the only place that the Kings can possibly be is very, very rough. Does look like during all that, Tank Tom has had a very successful offensive on the right-hand side and is now pushing through, taking out a group of these players, taking out their eco and grabbing that T3 lab, almost grabbing that T3 lab.
We've got Duffy on the left-hand side going down with a bunch of Titans and Shiva, just trying to use brute force to get through the defenses, which it looks like is going to be successful, but at the cost of all of those Shivas. The Titans now thinking about retreating.
One of the things that we do say is that the defenses are a great stopgap measure, but when it comes to winning the game, it's always going to be the team that is streaming through and being on the offensive. Some minor exceptions at the 10-minute mark where sometimes the metal reclaim can swing it the other way, but like in the top left corner, Red has been on the offensive the whole time. All the players been very defensive, and eventually a little bit does make it through. Similar story to what's been happening in the bottom right, where these ramps have been on the offensive, and Pink has been pushed back all the way and has never managed to scale super hard, never managed to get a lot of units, and now Brown is well and truly under threat. Those APHIS in a very, very dangerous position. And it does look like a lot of units are coming up to try and take those APHIS. That is a target that seems to have been identified. The catapult's clearing the way for these blitzers to come in. The blitzers will get the scouting information, which will say where the APHIS are, and as soon as the APHIS are seen, they should be targeted.
Had a comm that almost made it into a King's base there. So not the best radar coverage out of the Kings, but did pick it up once it got that little bit too close.
Here we go. Even though the Kings have won the top section of the map, the bottom right is under so much threat that the brown player has just lost almost all of their eco, and there is plenty of room to push into the pink player. The offense is going very nicely for both teams, despite the sheer power that Duffy has brought to bear to the bottom left and the power that the red is bringing down from the top left. There is a lot to deal with here. Tank Tom trying to clean it up with bulls, but that is a lot of T3 to be cleaning up. There is a comm as well, and that comm, if he gets in the right position, could get some pretty amazing D-guns to help clean this up. First D-gun was a miss. The second one, that's 5 tanks before he goes down, and the explosion did great damage. That bull army cleaned up, and we do have a Shiva getting in to the main map. We did just have a massive Juno strike on the middle of the map. Oh no, actually I think that might have been his own Junos. No, those are definitely not his own Junos. Just remember, no offensive builders. Sorry, no offensive buildings, please, players. Just having a quick look outside. Where did those Junos come from? Anyway. Yellow does manage to defend this first push, but there is a lot yet to come. Duffy is cleaning up the players in the bottom left, but there is a hole that needs to be filled, and the bottom right is doing their best to try to break in. Catapults unfortunately firing too slow, and so being pushed back by the T2 units that are coming through. Does look like the second wave of bulls has some pretty substantial pressure to push this back, taking fire now from the Tigers. These catapults going to have to retreat all the way back to the defensive position if they want to try and re-push once the spam is there.
I wish
Great
they
work
committed
by the
at the start. If they just went for that first APHIS, that would have had a nice knock-on effect, potentially getting to Duffy's middle eco, but not quite the support they needed. Those balls and the yellow players' reaction with the salamanders and whatnot, it's that little bit too much. There is a chance though we're still going to see it get in. A lot of spam
this big stream of spam coming in. Unfortunately, it does seem to be basically enough to hold this back between the Marauders and the Bulls, but once that fire stops hitting the line, it most certainly could spread out and start dealing a lot of damage. Razorbacks, though, coming in to save the day along with the rest of Tank Tom's Bulls. Does look like that area is holding for now at least, but there really is a lot, and there is a lot of firepower that these catapults can rain down, and all the catapults have to do is get in range to fire on that APHIS.
I'm loving the strength out of both these sides. The blue players on the bottom left really holding the line with those Razorbacks and Vanguards. Perfect composition to stop both spam and big units. I think with all these jugs coming out of Duffy now, that is going to be inevitable doom. Unless we see one of these ecos break quick smart. But too many Razorbacks coming out of Tank Tom along with those balls. Don't think we've got enough here. I'm hoping to see that Juggernaut, currently being produced by Potato, just to walk in without stopping, and maybe its explosion when it dies will be enough to get to that APHIS. No, I think I'm getting a little bit too optimistic.
Yeah, Bulls actually deal with jugs reasonably well, especially when they get the surround bonus. One thing to just as a story from the past, we had a game that was even in a worse position than this for the peasants. It was just the final corner left, and they sent 3 jugs into the base. They got all the way to here before they were taken out. That is a very, very long way into the base. If they had managed to get to about there, if they managed to get to around about there, so you can't see under the buildings, but if they'd gotten to the middle, so another 5 to 10 seconds worth of walking, they actually would have completely crippled the entire eco of the Kings and potentially come back.
Yeah, it's never too late. Even at this stage of the game with half the peasants gone, there is that opportunity for them to get through, but it really needs to be coordinated. I don't know if there's going to be enough coordination to deal with all these Razorbacks and Bulls that Tank Tom's produced. We're going to see another instance of a very much picked on Juggernaut.
It does look like we have this one walking in, not quite as much in the way of units there to stop it, but also not quite as much in the way of units there to support it. Those bulls are going to need to get another good surround on it and potentially stop it from walking in. The other thing is it's also walking back into Yellow's base. Yellow, who's already been rather well hit so far, which means it's got a long way to walk. But still, it's just ticked under half health, and it has managed to get to the inner ring. Doesn't look like it's going to get too much further now that all the units are there and piling in on it. But if there was, say, a second one or a little bit more support, or potentially just something which could run in after it blows up to destroy everything, massive potential damage that could go in. You just have to pick the right place and the right time. Does look like Duffy's got his next push coming down. That Juggernaut is very weak, but it has managed to break this front line, and it does look like it's going to get into that APHIS, especially with the second one there. Even if there is a detonation, you need a lot more than one blowing up to chain react those jugs. And if this eco goes down, then the top defenses of the map are in big trouble. There we go. We did have the jug go down. It took out the Titan with it, and the comm with some phenomenal D-guns, but that base has been broken. The spam will now be able to get in, and as far as defenses available for that top side, that player was the only one with them, so that is another attack vector.
I do think probably the best opportunity that the peasants now have is these 5 vanguards. If they can find a target, I'm just going to go to player view. They can really only see Pink's APHIS. So maybe they could bring them around enough to say here. Ah, there is a Juggernaut there. I thought that was on the blue team. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe not.
However, there is a lot of spam that's made it into the base. It's going to take a miracle for it to do what it needs to do, or collateral damage. That's also a possibility. But the spam is in the base. There is a tick in the base. Can this be the hero tick we all want? It's heading up to the top right, but it has walked into a build farm and been reclaimed. Some great potential just there. Could have been the one tick to save the game, but it did not happen, which makes me sad.
There are still 15 commanders alive for the peasants. I'd love to see 14 of them just coordinate a walk, a march to their either doom or success.
We shall bathe this. We shall blot out the sun with D-guns.
Still the most powerful unit.
And then the
in
kings shall
commander.
fight in the shade.
Ooh, there is a behemoth. Ooh,
What was that?
left.
Sorry.
There's a bottom left behemoth on its way up.
Oh, so we just saw a jug fail to get in, but something about behemoths is they are even tankier, even though they're slower. I have seen a behemoth walk the entire distance of that of the outer, like this distance. I've seen a behemoth walk that entire distance with all four remaining kings bearing down on him and nearly make it into the eco. It takes so much to take down a behemoth. Definitely need to get those D-guns ready. Something which, if you're ever playing against me, I almost never have my comm ready, so just bear that in mind.
This is a slow grind, but I just see too many Titans and Juggernauts coming out of Duffy's base that I think he's got it under control for them.
I mean, if you look at the
spam was
eco,
gonna-
the kings are sitting pretty happily at almost 6,000 eco to the 2,300 of the peasants. And if you look at the very top half of the map, we do see that the red player has claimed his triangle and is getting those up to T2 mexes slowly but surely. And if the maroon player and Tank Tom do something similar in that top right hand section, does look like they're going out there for the space and to build a second base as well. That is the sort of thing that is definitely worth doing as a king. We do have big red spot armies going around for the blue team, for the peasants, just grabbing whatever they can, rezzing it and getting more into the fight, but this does look like it has stalemated at least a little bit. These jugs keep managing to get to around about the same point. You can see that very clearly by the fact that all three of the all three of the Juggernaut corpses are in basically the same place.
I'd love to just see
one
them
going
wait
for
together, go in together rather than one at a time.
off. If they went in together, especially if the other one on the top right that went in, so if there'd been 4 of them, I actually think you could push 4 jugs. I think could actually push through what's coming out of these players and get to the center of the map. Does look like the deadlock is beginning to break for the blue team, for the Kings, as they have now pushed through what was left of the defenses on the left side. Red just streaming in, getting it further and further in. The units that were protecting the behemoth have been taken out, and these 6 pulsars should be well and truly enough to take it out, especially with the Titans walking past and adding the surround bonus to the mix. When the next set of shots come off, they should do a lot of damage.
I'm wondering if this last fighting is going to get that little bit further. Oh, sorry, Juggernaut on the blue player on the right hand side. There are
just while that is walking in, one of the eco centers on the left just got taken out by some of the spam and the. Oh, yep. Now we're looking. I do think that detonation. Oh, he cancelled the detonation.
Maybe he puts it back. Actually, look how much damage it did. 3%.
Look how much damage it did. 3% left on that APHIS. One more step. If it had been able to walk in, one more step.
Wow.
Thankfully, though, based on the location of those, I don't think it would have chain reacted to the other eco centers. So, good positioning for the Kings right there. Got to get those. If you know that that's where the Juggernauts are pushing in, get a comm in the way so that you can get those D-guns.
You have to say good job by the peasants. I mean, good in that they lasted this long. Probably not so great that they allowed the north to entirely fall. If there was a bit more pressure from all corners throughout the game, we would have seen, I reckon, a peasants win, because they allowed the Kings to get into that positive eco where they had more eco coming in. That's when you usually see the peasants lose. Not every time, but most of the time.
So far, the most successful strategies I've seen is that any of the players that are on in the King's eco corners, so basically those 3 spots, and if there's more people in there because there were spare comms, so be it. But if those players concentrate on eco, and then every other player concentrates on early aggression and sharing T2 builders, so for example, one player goes into the T2 builder where everyone funds it, sends them out so that everyone gets one. That is going to be the absolute strongest possible start for the peasants, and it's going to be something which I don't think the Kings will be able to beat anytime soon. But that does require a lot of coordination, and one of the things that does balance this out is the fact that there is only limited possible coordination between all of the players, because not everyone is on Discord, even though we do encourage you to jump into the AllReasonNoLogic Discord, where there is a King's chat and there is a peasant chat working together to make all of this possible.
It's a sneaky little plug as well. We are only a handful of subs away on our YouTube from getting to 1,000. So if you're on the Discord, hit the YouTube too. I would love to get out on a the Hill night.
Yep.
Yeah, I do kind of agree with that comment there. Not a close game, this one. It was only really those peasants on that bottom right that worked as a team, and you could see that was the case, with that being the only place that was constantly breaching the Kings. A little bit too much echoing elsewhere, and that is it for the Kings, taking the first win of King of the Hill Raptor Crater for this evening, or this morning, depending where you are. Maybe it's the middle of the day.
Very nicely done,
Battle
everyone.
ended.
And a good solid start to the night. Let's grab those. Let's have a quick look at those stats on screen at the moment, though there is probably too many of them to read. But the big important one, damage dealt 11 million by the Kings and 11 million by the peasants. So very, very close there, just slightly edging towards the peasants dealing more damage. Damage efficiency was actually in favor of the peasants, which we don't normally see. Metal production, though, heavily in favor of the Kings over the game, getting an extra 2 million, or effectively an extra 50%, essentially. jumping into those graphs real quickly, if I can get to them. Yes, I can. Damage dealt. Star of this one was Tank Tom and Duffy dealing the most damage on the Kings team, but early game it was Ortab and Wanira who really established themselves dominantly in that top half of the map. Looking at the metal produced, Duffy through to the moon, and this is one of the things that happens if you leave the Kings to scale when they have that plus 45. Jumping back into the lobby, I'm going to take a quick break for my voice, but Twig and Tank Tom are going to take over and talk through the next couple of minutes. Tank Tom, you had to put a lot of your resources into helping Pink survive, but Pink never really managed to re-establish themselves because of the constant harass, constant fighting. How do you felt that one went, and what do you think the peasants needed to do to turn that one around?
That was definitely a hold from me for quite a while there, because I went, okay, this is what's on my ramp. Oh, I need to help South. And I'm going to stay there until I can afford to not exist there, which was basically the rest of the game. I think for the peasants, if they'd pushed from that south side and from my ramps at the same time, I largely couldn't have units in both spots, and they had me very stretched at a number of times. Sticking the beamers up definitely helped for that kind of second and third layer for when they get spammed through,
because it's always the spam that hits the eco.
You did really good at sending Jaguars and Bulls down to stop probably the only real weak point throughout that King of the Hill, coming from that southeast corner. Bulls doing quite well against T3. Even the Juggernaut's being taken out by the Bulls.
Yeah, they're beefy enough that they can survive a few hits, and when you've got enough of them, you can kind of just throw them en masse, and the surround bonus looks after itself.
Yeah. Just setting this next one up, I'm trying to remember who was a king. It's always hard to apply the right bonuses everywhere. Got 4 new kings up there. Duffy jumping into the peasant's position. I'm sure he's going to take one of those eco rolls. Now, we have a special guest on board. Welcome, Chronographer. I'm going to get to why he's a special guest in a second. After I give him moderator's abilities with the boss command.
Yeah.
Okay, so Chrono has been kind enough in his spare time to set up this map so that we have got lava on the ramps. Putting in some, special geographic changes, making some of these ramps kind of into a bit of a hole before it turns into a ramp, allowing for that lava to be enabled up until the 10-minute marks, at which point a moderator can remove it. So I'm just going to make sure that that all happens, and be back with you guys in a sec. Tom, maybe you can talk us through a little bit more what the peasants want to do to win, seeing as it was a little bit of a whitewash in 3 of the corners last game.
So the main thing for the peasant side,
The key factor is aggression. If everyone rocks up at that 10-minute mark with 10 or 20 units, it doesn't matter too much what they are, and every single ramp throws 10 or 20 units into the middle at once, there's a very high likelihood that some of those sections aren't going to be defended properly. I know myself, I was getting my lab up at the 10-minute mark, so at 10 minutes, all I had was some beamers, and that was it. So if someone had been able to push in at that 10-minute mark with, 20 to 40 units, I would have been struggling, and they would have been well and truly on their way to getting to my eco before I had anything to stop them. And that's often the case, where there is definitely going to be times that the units are just going to die to the defenses, but it doesn't take more than 1 unit to get in, find a converter, and because everything's so packed tightly together, things tend to go pop really nicely.
we've seen more than one game lost to a handful of ticks, because it's not so much about how much dies on the way in,
It's about having that one unit that's still alive once it makes it into the base. Because you don't have to kill everything. You only have to kill something to let it chain react. So your key targets are build power, because that's the most difficult to rebuild. And then converters go pop really nicely. And the energy's probably the third target, with labs being the fourth. Just because if you can cripple the production, then the units stop coming. And that buys yourself a couple of minutes to be able to get going again.
I'm just going to make sure that we've got no bonuses. There's one sneaky one there. No bonuses on the peasant side.
While you're making sure of those ones, we've got a couple of questions in the chat. 4 verse 40, I don't understand. Hopefully you'll see a little bit later on, but the rules, we'll go over them as the match starts. How do the kings of the hill stand against that many? Well, you just saw it. They did exactly that. They've got that plus 45 bonus and the 10 minutes no rush, and that allows things to balance out quite nicely.
We found it tends to be more of the matchup that's the deciding factor, whether the peasants are aggressive, whether they've got those units ready to go. If the kings can't, or if the kings don't push out, then it tends to swing peasant favored, just because of those corner ecos keep on scaling and scaling and scaling, whereas the kings tend to be busy fighting. So if you can drag it out, the benefit seems to go to the peasants, but it also depends on who's in the middle, and if someone's busy building stupid amounts of APHIS, then you're going to be in trouble. But if you can keep them busy enough, there's always hope.
Very much so. And then, yes, mirrored stance. If the corners all work really well together, they can definitely do a lot. We've found that if players group up to get the T2 out to fund their mexes, then go back to T1, this is the players closest to the action, they can do phenomenally well. And similarly, if the players in all 4 corners group up together to just fund the 1 T2 lab and get their T2 eco rolling like crazy, they also do it very well. There's a couple of videos on our channel which show that spectacularly, particularly when Duffy plays in that top left corner. Have we tried the Kings being Evo comms? No, we haven't tried that one yet. There's no way of giving one team Evo comms and not the other. And if the peasants all had Evo comms, I don't think it would be possible for the Kings to win.
Just build a few wind and an energy storage and just 50 comms walking.
Everyone walks in at 10 minutes. Yeah.
I'll be back in a sec. Just grab some water.
No worries. All right, people. As Pradeth loads into the game, you'll see a pleasant surprise on your screen that we were talking about a little bit earlier. Like we said, Chronographer, a god amongst men of the AllReasonNoLogic clan, spending his spare time to modify the maps, and we've got a pretty screen coming right up.
Yes, we do. As you can see, it's just gone live. We have managed, by we, I mean Chrono, has managed to get lava to block off these ramps and stop the teams from getting to one another for that first 10 minutes. This makes it much more obvious to the uninitiated, and it makes it much harder to break the rules. Super stoked to see this.
Okay, I wonder if you can disable the pinging sound as a streamer. Apparently you can. I'm going to look for that for you.
That will be good. Now, just while we're doing this, Twig has already boosted him up, but can we get some super thanks in the chat for Chrono, who has spent his time and effort on doing this? Twig, Tank Tom, and I might be moderately okay at streaming, but we are not even close to that when it comes to doing anything like this that Chrono has done. Chrono also, with a baby just like Twig, has managed to put the time into this, so we are super appreciative, and we have been talking about trying to generate something like this for a while and have not been able to. So biggest thanks possible out there to Chrono, and if you do ever see him around in the AllReasonNoLogic community, please do thank him, because he definitely deserves it, and he is one of the reasons that we are here the way that we are here. He's also responsible for the AllReasonNoLogic logos that appear in game every now and then if you're watching on our stream. Just a widget, but still incredibly impressive. Yes, disable the pinging sound. Twig, have you found anything on that?
I'm sussing it out. I've sent a few messages. I've just done a bit of a search through settings. Maybe anyone in the in the Twitch could leave a comment if you know where it is. But I've just searched for ping. It doesn't come up. That's
No
right.
worries there. We'll see if we can fix that one up as we go.
This is the first time I've seen this map, and it's looking very cool.
It is really awesome. You see the lava just... I don't know how it was even possible to do this. These ramps are normally ramps. Now they are 2 ramps, and with a low point, with lava. I'm blown away by the ingenuity of Chrono for this one. Phenomenally great work right there. All right, let's jump into this one as the start has happened.
Battle started.
So what's going on over here? Greetings from Germany. Nice to see you in chat. So what is going on over here? We have 8 kings in the middle and we have 50 players around the outside. How could that possibly be fair, you might be wondering? Well, the answer is pretty simple. We give the kings a plus 45 bonus, we turn off air, and we give a 10-minute no-rush start. The kings each have access to 7 metal each, which is a nice little starting pool, and with that plus 45, they are very capable of getting either a fusion, 2 fusions, or even an aphis if they're super greedy, and the wind works out. Around the outside, there are 4 eco spots, 1 in each corner. If the 3 players there help each other, they can generate a very, very strong eco. All you need to do is boost one of them to get a T2 lab, and then you can be well and truly, if not matching the kings, you can at least be working towards it. Around the outside, we have all of the rest of the players. Every position is filled, as we have 16 high grounds, and I believe it is 16 low grounds behind it. Then a couple of additional spots here and there. If those players work together and get a T2 lab between them, then they can distribute that T2, go back to T1, and have ludicrously strong offense or defense. You want to try to make sure that at the 10-minute mark, you get very, very on the attack. Because if you leave the kings to eco, then what happens last game will happen again. But if you get in there early on, you will have seen that even Tank Tom, an AllReasonNoLogic veteran who was playing in the right position as the orange player, had that aphis up just that little bit late and only had a handful of jags at that 10-minute mark. I think it was about 3 and no defenses to speak of. Had 20 or 40 incisors come barreling down on him, which is super possible to do. Been there, done that, tested it, felt it on the receiving end as well. It can really, really hurt. So aggression is the name of the game if you want to win from the peasant side, and similarly, aggression is the name of the game for the kings, because if the kings get put on the defensive, they struggle to scale. Now that you've heard my ramble, Twig, just 2 other little things. Structures, do not use them offensively, please. It is so easy to ruin a game mode like this if you decide to build catalysts, Junos, and long-range artillery where they can get into the king's base. The kings have such a limited space to build. You can almost guarantee a hit with whatever you fire. Please don't do that. Beyond that, let's jump over to Twig and Tank Tom, who are going to run you through the next couple of minutes, because I know once the action kicks on, I can't help myself, and my voice just does the rest.
We appreciate it, mate. I'm not loving what's happening in the middle of the map at the moment with the kings. There's a bit of confusion, a bit of poor coordination, where some kings are building their bases around each of these canyons, and then some are building them in between, which we do prefer. Keep those. It's easier to keep the areas defended. So tip for anyone going kings that's listening in, just take a triangle in between each of those craters.
One of the key things is you don't have to run either side of that ridge if you're trying to defend a section. Not having to go around the terrain makes it much easier to stop.
Yeah, we definitely suggest that.
Yeah,
oh, man, I'm just loving what Chrono's done with this lava. We're seeing no breaches
so
of the rule.
Good.
No one's going up there. Surprise, surprise! Lava kill shit. It's like one more rule that we don't have to spam in the chat. Don't go on the ramps. Thanks very much, mate.
That's
We
actually
appreciate
really
it.
funny. We might need to turn off deformable
I
terrain.
can actually speak more in the intro of these now because I don't have to type so many times and ping so many things.
Yeah, it definitely messes with your early game build, which is where if you lose 5 or 10 seconds in the first couple of minutes, it then blows out to 30 seconds to a minute at the back end of it. So it's very nice to not have to be concerned about that.
Yeah,
And you could see from that last game, I got mine slightly off, and normally I can get the AFIS up earlier, but it was very late, and I noticed and went, I'm going to hope no one's coming at me at 10, and I've got to like 10 and a half. Because if they come at 10, I'm screwed.
what we're seeing at the bottom left of the screen, I should say, if you want to jump over there, Prey, we've got all 3 players on the higher ground going into their own individual T2s. This is not a good idea.
That's 9,000 metal.
Yeah, build one, send everyone the medal, send out the comms. It is the better way to do it. You will find that these guys here will struggle to get a fusion up by the 10 minutes and units, and it's a little bit selfish in my opinion. I mean, do what you want, of course, but it's sorry, I've just been distracted. If you're com bombing on the low spots of the lava, you can't get back to it. You might lose a res bot.
Oh, this one up here on the top left as well.
Yeah, there's little lava spots all around the map now. It's great.
Literally, at least at the 10-minute mark, these will disappear. Someone is trying to res while reclaim that, and it's not going to do much for them. They're healing the land. I like it. They're healing the land to make the commanders come above that point in the land. That is covered by lava. We'll slow down the game though for everyone. Okay, back to the middle. No fusions up. We're at 6 minutes. Usually we'd like to see the first fusion going down. We do have one from Orange, DMA Cobalt. Looks like they know what they're doing a little bit more than some of the other
If you look up in that top right as a comparison for ways to eco
oh wow,
for the peasants working together, you can see that economy is already starting to boom. They went with a single lab between them.
Let me guess,
and
That's second fusion.
Yep, second fusion is just completed.
Yeah.
So, we're going to have to put a restraining order on this guy with the fusion reactors because he's got just too many of them in every game. He's very, very good at scaling and working as a team.
Put him in solitary confinement, let him work by himself for a little bit, see what he can achieve.
Actually, that's what we'll do. We're going to dare him to just a normal start position around the map, not a corner. Somehow he'll still do something amazing.
I'm pretty sure
what he'll
he
end up
mentioned...
doing is just co-oping wherever he happens to be and demanding that people assist him.
Looking at the middle of the map just quickly, not a lot of action going on there at the moment. We're definitely behind on those fusion timings for a couple of these players. We do have a really strong play out of DME C3 BO, as well as the orange player. Theirs already down, but everyone else having a little bit of a struggle getting theirs up at the moment.
And I think it's a little bit optimistic going into the advanced fusion from C3, just because we only have 2 and a bit minutes left. Might get it up in time, but we want to see some units out for sure, especially with some small units being produced by the green player down in the bottom corner. We might see some T2 coming out of the lime green on the other side of his entrances as well, so potential threat there. Real threat is obviously going to be the top right. We'll just go back to there at the 10-minute mark because I think that's where we're going to see the first action. And what else have we got? A couple.
You can
Mouses
see some
coming
good
out the red player.
defenses from some of these peasants. I'm looking at the top left. It appears to just be walls, but that's enough to stop things from charging straight on down your ramps.
Yeah.
A couple of twin guards. You don't need... The intention isn't going to be to stop... Yeah, that shouldn't be shooting.
Battle paused. Battle started.
Sorry about that.
If you shoot, you lose it.
Yep.
Thank you to the mods jumping in there. Now we've got an APHIS as well as a T3 experimental country coming down out of C3BO. Ooh, they are doing a reclaim on the fusion, which I don't mind. I have seen this in plenty of games before, where if you have enough energy storage, you can... Where is the energy storage?
There's no energy storage.
Probably going to rely on overflow from other teams. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a little bit
That
dodgy.
fusion.
That was a bit of a cheat when we say the rule 3, no reclaim.
Yeah, it doesn't
hat.
work if the unit's alive though.
You do get the reclaim as
No, you don't. You get it all
No, you
in
don't
one
get the
chunk at
medal
the
until
end.
it's dead.
Oh, you're
Yep.
right. You're right.
So you only get the medal at the last tick of reclaiming it.
Like he just did.
Commanders. Yeah.
I'll take care of
Yeah,
that.
going into units at the 10-minute mark, this is going to be quite rough for quite a lot of these players. Interesting to note, the red player, they did start with a lot of extra mexes. They took an extra line of mexes. They're only sitting at the plus 60 medal. I usually like to sit at plus about 110 to 120 at the 10-minute mark. So if you're not going to T2 those, you're going to be in big trouble, especially if the offense is coming straight at you. Does look
Great
like
to see
some...
this aggression coming in.
Yes. And with Arbiters to defend, that's going to be quite a problem, especially since the Arbiters are going to get the full brunt of those ticks. Oh, sorry, Ambassadors. They are the same thing in different forms.
And this is what we say with the peasants being aggressive early. We've had a good quarter of the map push in with units, and a bunch of them have made it into the eco centers.
This is, I think, going to
As
be
long
a
as there
lessons
wasn't no
learned for the
defences up.
Kings. You need to have units being built at no later than that 9-minute mark. If you're not building units at 9 minutes, you are not going to have enough to defend. And only one player, the red player, was building a significant amount of units at that 9-minute mark. But definitely not enough for what is coming up these ramps.
Ambassadors are probably a poor choice to start.
Very poor choice to start.
Jaguars coming out, but with that flow of units coming in, I don't think it's going to be enough at this stage.
Oh, yeah, this
Yes,
hurts.
That's
So-
a solid stream of units.
Are they going
This
to
one,
respond?
unfortunately, going to be a nice, big struggle for the Kings. They're already massively on the defensive. If all the Kings do combine, they can defend the lanes that are being defended. Unfortunately, though, with Brown being one of the massive contributors to that top defense, their left side is also going to be vulnerable. All it will take is another push through there. Orange also struggling right here. They did go for that T3 Razorback. The Razorback is a very strong unit, but can only be in one place at a time. And so the Bulls have managed to get in. They are taking the build power. They are taking out some of the build power, but they unfortunately won't get a lot of the eco. That Razorback's going to have to keep moving back and forth if it wants to defend, and that means that Orange is not up there helping contain this. If other players do start attacking at this point, it's going to be big trouble for the Kings. This is not unrecoverable though, because we do note that the incomes are still not too dissimilar to what we would expect. They're about 200 lower for the Kings than what we want to see at this point in time, 200 to 300 lower. As long as this is defended, the Kings can go through, get the reclaim, but we are seeing the peasants very heavily in there with res bots that are being microed. This is one of the things that is very critical. If you attack the Kings, you have to deny them the medal.
Yeah.
Because the medal means a whole lot more to the Kings than it does to the peasants, because when they reclaim it, they get the extra 45% on that as well.
I don't
And
think
as I said-
any of these snipers have been lost yet by Duffy. We've got 7 sharpshooters in the background that are being supported by all this spam going through. The welder's doing a lot, and this slow push I think will get through and take out that lab. If we see this commander go down, they have targeted the commander. We just need to see a reload, and
Yep, one more volley should do that.
There we go.
There it goes.
And there is now a real weak spot in that side of the map.
Good to see the bottom left pushing in as well.
keeping Orange from coming up and helping, and also the right side noticing that all the units were heading up for Brown to the top right. They are pushing in now. Pink struggling to defend as well, with all units trying to help at the top. Does look like these sides have seen the queue, seen the writing on the walls, and decided to get offensive to spread the Kings back out again. And this push is penetrating far more deeply now that that comm is destroyed, and now that the units from the other Kings have to be brought back to their own fronts if they want to survive. Unfortunately, though, surviving on your own front does mean getting gutted from behind, and that is exactly what we're seing as these units pour in. The
every match has to be a 70-minute game like the last one.
No, all it takes is for the right number of players to push aggressively, and for the King to not be, and for the King to not have their defenses up. And I think that the game can swing on a dime.
We did put, someone was asking in the in-game chat, there was a few players put on 50 bonus for Kings, and that is just because they were 3 chefs. We do have a rule for Kings just because it's kind of a case of if one player falls, everyone falls. A minimum 3 chev and minimum 5 OS rule for Kings joining. Unless you promise us that you know what you're doing. B-Bomb sneaking up with his commander there on the right hand side. I reckon that could get you and maybe D-gun. Yeah, can we walk all the way through? Is there radar? There is radar.
Question.
There isn't any counter intrusion. I just think with the amount of stuff coming through here, you could probably get his commander.
He's building the mexes.
These are aggressive mexes coming out and building on the King's mexes.
If he puts down a lab, I'm going to be impressed.
Oh, that's so good. That's so good. And then again, just the top right now the top left now pushing with all of Yellow's units pushed up to defend the top right, and with the base being gutted, we now have that T1 attack coming through, backed up by Sheldon's on the top left, that are now going to push through and get rid of Orange.
What I do really like,
get rid of Yellow,
is that unlike other games where everyone ecos hard, I mean there's still plenty of people ecoing hard, but the peasants are recognizing, okay, now is the time to attack, and a lot of peasants are putting that pressure on continuously rather than just ecoing hard in the corner and getting no action, because they're probably getting a little bit scared that they're not going to get to do any damage. And that will be the case. Oh, killer hit on the bottom left hand side, a commander taken out in the middle of Blue's T1 army. Meow's whole army essentially going down with that commander taking them all out in that explosion.
I do kind of like seeing on this right hand side, you can see the spam is moving up into where the opening is within the Kings, rather than going through the defenses in front of them, going through the lane that's already been opened up.
Does look like the line of scrimmage has now moved into the middle of the map. If this line falls, then the last ecos of the Kings will fall. They've done a good job scaling, though. There is 2 APHIS and a third coming up online for the Cream player, an APHIS for the Maroon player, and another one coming online. As bad as all this looks, the peasants aren't really scaling. They're going in 2 units, which means that if this can be defended, there is the opportunity for the Kings to get massive reclaim and push back into the game. It will, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying it's likely. It will be a very, very hard thing to do. But
we have seen it done before.
Exactly. We have seen it done before.
I think it's only been once.
Spam coming through the middle.
But once is enough. Beamer's just so good at taking out spam.
And that's what you like to see with those. Rather than stopping, you just run straight through and hope that something makes it.
Yes.
What we've seen on the top right hand side is the peasants have composed their armies, stopped all the spam, rebuilt up the amount of snipers, rebuilt up the amount of welders. I do love that they are being controlled by different people, so spam by a few of the players. We've got Winera on the welders, staying in front of Duffy's sprinters, and then have we got any... Don't have any radar bots there. Don't need it when
but you don't need a radar bot when
spam does a good job
spam.
of providing the vision.
Yes, and all of those snipers now taking out the defenses and the units pushing in. Oh dear. Somehow there is 25 pulsars in the middle of the map.
We do have vision on that APHIS as well, so those sprinters are those snipers I've beelined it straight for them, and I think we're going to see a target fire maybe.
Just to have to take that one down. Those APHIS do, sorry, those pulsars do still require energy to fire, I think. Does look like they do still require energy to fire, but there might be something powering them in order to make that happen. Great little defensive unit there. If you can build the 25x pulsar, would highly recommend it, but it is an expensive investment. But even with that defensive unit in the middle, it is going to be a rough.
Check out! Oh, he almost got to D-gun it. He
So
took it.
close.
So close.
Only kept it invisible.
And there we go. There goes the energy that was powering that, and it finally does get taken out. Just a momentary reprieve for the Kings, but unfortunately, even investing in a 25x pulsar, very rare unit that's very hard to unlock, very secretive. You have to plug a controller in and use a very specific set of commands in order to unlock it in your menu. Try the Konami code, does work. Then you are taken out. Thanks for the Kings for this one, and unfortunately this was just a solid lesson in how not to defend. You do have to make sure that you go hard enough into your eco that you can defend.
Fantastic aggression out of the peasants this game. It was great to see them coming in from multiple lanes all at that 10-minute mark. Really finding those gaps that the Kings had in their defenses and lack of units. Because it's the thing, if you leave them to that 11 or 12-minute mark, they'll probably have the units ready to push back. But at the 10 minutes, it's always touch and go.
Very much so. We do see that the Kings had very strong scaling. Duffy, though, ahead of all of them up until the 12 to 13-minute mark, at which point the Cream player did take over significantly. But a great job to everyone. Let's jump out of this one. Let's refresh the Kings, and let's get the next one underway.
Okay, 8 more Kings. If we can move all the current Kings up the top and then remove their bonuses, I will join the Kings just to place hold, but I won't be playing. Tom, if you move them up, I'll move the bonus away from them.
No, you'll accidentally kick them.
I'm taking my time. The good thing when you change the bonus in the peasants, the lists don't move around as much.
Yes.
In Team 1. Alright. These don't do votes.
Alright, just going to give my voice a quick break. Going to quickly look into the chat. Are all the players in the game all pros? No, there is an entire mix. We have an OS 0 all the way up to an OS 46 in the peasant team. We give everyone a fair shake. That game, no, there didn't seem to be much of a chance for the group in the center, unfortunately, because the King's position is very volatile. If there is one player that is unable to hold their lane very early on, then the Kings will have a very hard time of it. But normally we do see the Kings usually the ones pushing out at the 10-minute mark. But if you get aggressive as peasants, you see exactly what happens. It is on the left-hand side of the map, we did see aggressive peasants going into a King with enough defenses. That did hold, but it wasn't as aggressive as in the top right, where we had 5 players funneling down one ramp. That is an incredibly hard thing to hold. All right, I'm just going to leave this to Tank Tom and to Twig, and I'm going to rest my voice for a moment.
For those joining, this is King of the Hill. So 10-minute no rush timer on Raptor Crater when the maps get this big. We got we've got 8 verse 58. We must be prepping for their 50k event or something, seeing how these servers go. Kings get a 45% bonus, and they are put on top of the hill. There is lava dividing the hill from the peasants, and at the end of that 10-minute no rush, all hell breaks loose. And peasants are also getting that 10 minutes to build up a bit of an eco, but we strongly suggest you have units out by 10 minutes so you're ready to put that pressure on the kings straight away. One rule that a lot of players forget about is structures are not allowed to be to hit any of the opponent's eco centers, so you can't build any persecutors or the like that can reach a max. If you can reach a max, don't build it unless you're planning to just target fire defensively. Okay, I'm going to put a ring command out there. Can everyone ready up?
They're asking about 10 commanders, but I think the 8 works nicely, just because you end up with even kind of amounts of metal that you can run with.
Yeah, it doesn't change how much metal is in the map. We'll see how we go. I might even stay in the game for this one. You can keep Prey company for this one, and I'll jump out of the channel shortly.
Oh yeah, you are on the Kings, aren't you? Just waiting on people to ready up, and then we'll be able to jump into it. So we've got 25 plus 59 and 8. Is that?
We just make sure there's no bonuses on any of the peasants, Tom. And
I've
if you
been
can just
scrolling through and haven't
start,
seen any.
you just start specking the players that are unable to ready up in time.
Yep, I'm gonna start specking from the bottom.
They stay in the same teams as well, people.
Okay, that should be... No, what's going on? Okay, so we've got IDs. Give us a
Yes,
moment,
the
and we'll...
classic problem of IDs. So for those of you who are wondering what is going on right now, the game is trying to deal with more people than it normally does, and it's had an issue with the IDs. Can also pop up because of the teams and people moving around in them. So if this ever happens to you in-game where it says unable to start inconsistent team IDs, then just type !S and it will bring up a list of all the IDs. You then look for the ones where there are duplicates, so in this case we have 243s as well as some others in there. Then you use the force, then their name, ID, and a new number. The other way to deal with it, if you're not in a custom game mode like this, is just press that balance button. We unfortunately can't do that because it would mess the teams up quite dramatically, and that tends to take longer to solve than this. Each time you think you've got it right, you can just use !S to check someone again. Explain rule number 3. So the reclaim hack, if you don't know what it is, don't worry about it. Basically, it's something which can only be done when you have a bonus on, and it's a way of getting infinite metal. If you don't know how to do it, it's not a problem. If you do know how to do it, you know what it is. Don't do it. It's that simple. Because a king with infinite money is not a king that is worth having in this game type. A king with infinite money on the outside, in the real world, that's a king worth having, especially if he likes sharing it with his kingdom. Unlimited money hacks in real life, not so bad. And
Okay.
here we go. The IDs have been resolved. The teams are massive, and the question is, can the kings win it this time, or will we have too much aggression out of the peasants and have another rolling over? I guess we will find out. Yes, inflation is insane. And if you can duplicate money like you can in a video game, then it's even worse.
Looks like we got quite a few people in the Discord.
Holy.
That's the most
wow.
I've seen in a while.
So there are almost 20 people. In fact, no, there's more than that if you include us. There's about 25 people in the Discord between the two teams. And the casters, which is just absolutely phenomenal. We appreciate everyone jumping in, and now that this has become a bit of a regular thing, we're very glad that
Please
people are
choose
really
your
getting in on
starting
it and
location.
trying to coordinate. I suspect that's how we got so much early aggression, because the regulars in there would have been telling everyone, attack, attack, attack.
Yep. You can always build eco later. You can't rebuild the base you've lost because you didn't have the units in the first place. Definitely
Yeah,
gives a new ambience to this map with the lava in it, doesn't it?
It's nice and bright.
It kind of reminds me of sitting around a campfire.
You know, it kind of does, except, you know, the outside of the campfire wants to kill the inside.
And then everyone spawns in and it's not so peaceful anymore.
Chaos. Utter chaos, lines drawn everywhere.
Yep.
All right. I'm going to jump out of this chat so you guys can start talking shit about me. While
Oh, Twig, are you in the game?
I am in the game.
Twig is in the game. Oh my god, we can critique Twig
Kill
like
the
crazy.
Twig. Kill the Twig.
Kill the Twig. Kill the Twig. Just remember, if you're playing as a peasant, you can listen to what we're saying and you'll know exactly where Twig is and what he's doing, and you can absolutely get him. So
I'll see you on the
just
other
remember,
side.
Twig is sitting.
Yeah,
Hey, Twig.
Twig. Oh, when do we do the 2v70?
oh, me and you.
Yeah.
When are we doing that?
Yeah.
I don't know. We have been
Oh.
challenged to redo last week's challenge without the extra 6 comms, so we might do that.
Yeah.
And then maybe you and I can finish off the night taking on everyone.
Easy.
Yuck, though. Actual yuck.
I don't think I have that APM to place defenses on every lane for 10 minutes.
Tom and Prey did pretty good at it last week when they played either side of me. Like I didn't do any defenses. I said, you take half each and I'm just going to eco whore. Kind of like you do. And
But I feel like I would set everything and leave it. Spend 5 minutes setting up every lane.
Okay, who have I got next to me?
You have a J-Paul. He could be a risk.
Yeah. Keep an eye on that. Everyone else is a bit more experienced.
Battle started.
Hello, Anira. You're not in the game?
No, I'm spectating. Just having some fun with watching this one.
Yeah, it's
After me and Duffy absolutely punched the hole in last time.
Almost have to put you guys on a inner circle only. Otherwise it's just too powerful.
Yeah, I will admit that went so fast.
I think it was just unfortunate Red didn't have defense.
Yeah.
That too.
They had spent some money on
Low
some
power.
illegal shenanigans as well, where they had their units deleted, so it was just wasted.
I mean, it would have gone so much better if everyone pushed.
Yeah. You did
I
comment
think
on
it
that.
just ended up. Yeah, I think it was us versus everyone for a fair bit of the game. So there was no one else. I think one other person pushed with us.
Did they
Yeah,
get
there was some
deleted because
stuff happening south, what I noticed, but other than that, yeah, it was just pretty much us in a corner punching through.
Because what Chrono's done with this map.
Yeah, I like it.
the lava thing?
Yeah.
Should keep lava on.
Just keep it up. Well, we've already tested out. You can put units through it. They just get very damaged. But I didn't tell you that.
I've also already seen several places where you could push spiders through if you really wanted to.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Yep, I'm out of M.
I'll send you some M.
Low
That's all I
power.
got at the moment. I need one more combine and I'll give you my lab.
No, you're good.
I'm impressed this lobby hasn't crashed yet with 68 players in-game and 36 spectators.
That's right. We're
I think
against
it's
a
the
team more
new
than usual.
engine. Because I just upgraded engine, didn't I?
Oh, that could be why. I just remember when they did the 40k event,
Enemy
it
commander
did struggle a bit with
destroyed.
this amount.
Enemy commander destroyed.
You good for metal, Duff?
Yeah.
There'll be more coming your way.
I made the wrong fucking lab.
Yeah, if you guys can just keep an eye on this south as well. Looks like this player's a little bit new. I might go over there and start building some
Enemy
stuff.
commander destroyed.
Ball, yeah, that looks like... Outside of the obvious, he has never played it before, with
Yeah.
already having units and whatnot. Yeah.
Enemy commander destroyed. Battle paused.
Yeah, that's artillery up there. It's gone.
Battle started.
Send 2-2 when you can, Duffy.
Enemy commander
Who?
destroyed.
Yep.
Enemy commander destroyed. An allied commander self-destructed. Enemy commander destroyed.
We should get them quite fast. I'm gonna tap my mets and give.
What is our bonus, by the way? I don't feel any bonus.
It's a percentile increase in your resources.
Oh, okay.
It's also why your max is, for instance, a 2.8 instead of the usual 1.9.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Like, you really start feeling it once you start making the energy, because you get so much more energy than usual when you make fusions and stuff. so you can make more converters, and then just basically per fusion you get like double the metal.
Okay, I see. But it's like 3 minutes till the gates open.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know how well I'm going to be able to take this guy down here.
Enemy commander destroyed.
It also depends on what the peasants are planning. You can be lucky that it's peasants that are not really doing anything. I don't believe it, but you can be lucky. Yeah, that person's base is suffering a lot already, I see.
Enemy commander destroyed. Low power.
Anyone able to boost me any E?
Yep. So who's need that?
Twig.
Twig. E. Oh bugger. Let's go with this wind. No, sorry.
Let me just overflow for a second. Hopefully that helped.
Just need a tiny bit more. Last 20% of a fusion. I'll do it. Change to 3 seconds instead of 20. Thank you.
Placing wrong lab.
Seconds left and there's no defense.
Yeah, you might have a rough time here on both sides of your twig.
Oh, he's making freaking pulsars.
Oh,
just tail this off and yeah.
Let's see how this goes.
You know what? I'm gonna create another fusion. Thanks. Oh, you got that. Iron. That's kind of walkable.
I'm fucked. I'm dead. Come up here. Yes, you didn't build any defenses. He's just come straight through your base into me. Right.
Oh yeah, they are in.
You fucked me up. You fucked me up.
And me.
Just build
Fine.
units.
You've received new units.
Oh my god.
No.
2 players on each side of me.
I got
Twig.
a bunch of units, Twig.
Just hold your lane. I'm trying to get
I
PS.
can't, I'm doing, yeah, okay, if you do mine.
Yeah, I'm going to PS.
You managed to stabilize this better than they did last game, at least.
Enemy commander destroyed.
There's metal for you if you want to take it.
No, I
Yes.
can't spend it. If you guys just send units over to fill these gaps.
I sent you a heap of units.
Thank you. That's helped me. That has protected me for now.
That's obs. Gossy.
Dude, they're hitting my metal. Are they allowed to hit my metals? This.
With
If
ob,
it's
they have
with
arbiters.
units, yeah, if it's with units, they're allowed to.
T2
Righto.
unit detected.
Yeah, Arbiters shelling down is fine. The reason why we don't allow it on throne is because it's too easy to actually hit important stuff, where on this map there's quite some distance before you hit important stuff.
Are you able to consolidate, Troy?
Consolidate, how do you mean?
Is your lane all good for the time being? Yeah. it
My
is.
lane is, it's the what's next to it. I'm worried about
Top or bottom?
if
Top or
South
bottom?
gets both. So, PS, if you could not worry much about defense
You're
and get units
overflowing
out,
metal.
like build a lab and build units. If you're building defense, we lose.
Especially a defense that far back. Preferably for kings, you want to contain all of the ramps at once.
1 sec, I'm finding 3 comms at
Enemy
once.
commander destroyed.
I mean, Duffy, you're doing fine.
Let me fight the comms.
Enemy commander destroyed.
I won. Easy game.
This here is a real problem. Yeah, I'm about to fall again, maybe.
I'm coming across to you again.
Enemy commander
Okay.
destroyed.
Yes, how come you're still not trying to build units?
I gave him all my units.
Yeah, you're building an APHIS and you've got like 3 players on your doorstep.
Yeah, you preferably want to be able to hold your own PS here, because the problem if the other ones are supposed to hold for you, then they
Allied
risk being
commander
attacked from
has
their own
died.
lane suddenly. Like from your perspective, it
What's-
seems to be fine for now, but yeah.
What's up with my
Like-
AFOS, by the way?
You're not building
Don't
units.
make APHIS, make units.
We need you making
Oh, okay.
units there.
You need to hold up here, man.
Like, your
good.
job is to get
Yeah.
to those ramps.
I'm gonna get popped soon. I'm sort of
Yeah, I'm now fighting Small's lane in my lane. Yep.
I'm backing off. I'm gonna. Yep,
Enemy
they're coming in right
commander
now.
Destroyed. T3 unit detected.
T3 through
Small, get
small.
ready with your bomb to degun the Razorback, just in case.
Yep.
Starlight come in just in time.
So it did.
Why can you get this?
Are spiders allowed to climb the cliff?
Yeah. Anything goes as long as it's units, from what I remember on this map.
See, can you give me?
Anything goes on this map as far as unit goes. Like, if you really wanted to, you could also send in 8 gremlins and then execute build power.
Can I build vanguards?
Yeah.
Make Razorbacks and
They can build
Vanguards.
Vanguard.
I'm not even at the T3 stage. My eco's so poor.
Thanks.
I mean, so far you guys seems to be holding. Problem is, you're supposed to be breaking them and not just holding.
That's the problem. I need to cover multiple lanes. Also,
I mean, you're doing a great
PS1.
job in covering.
PS1, T3 is great, but you really need spam as well. If you look at Duffy's base, you look at my base, you look at Red's base, all got small units as well.
Ooh, are they getting in, Duffy?
Dude, I'm trying to push multiple lanes. I've made so many units for other
Warning,
people,
mines were detected.
and I'm basically fighting S'mores lane also because he's fighting up top.
Yeah, I know, it's just a cascading problem you guys have right now.
Yes, your Jags. Can you give back the Jags, please?
Enemy commander destroyed.
Do you think we can kick the lagging kings? They just...
Managed to break through the right hand side.
Oh yeah, so
Through.
that is a big punch.
Is PS online? PS, if you're in Discord, can you send your Jags back to my lane, please? Hey, I'm popping. Duffy, send us a fusion, please, if you can. For my...
Dude, I can barely hold multiple lanes myself, man.
All good, all good. Yes, are you online? Discord? Send Jags back to small, please.
Oh, Razorback's going up to small.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Yes, one, are you there? Hello?
Yeah, sorry.
Then your Jags
You need to
around
do
the
something
left.
with your units. Yeah.
And also down the bottom, we've lost the lane. Two players have... Looks like they've left.
Send where?
New units.
Who wants that? I can't take 3 players.
You've received new
I need to
units.
give that to red.
Warning, mines were detected.
Usurper's actually breaking in on a corner position.
Yes, give the Jags to me, please. You send it across. Oh, I knew.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Someone's Juno making my base.
Yeah, Juno did land, I see.
An allied commander has died.
Who has the Juno?
Hey, I'm gonna give you a bunch of units. You just
You've
hold
received
bottom.
new units.
Man, I've got 3 lanes now.
Oh, give it to small, give it to small, give it to small. I'll take. I'll hold bottom.
It's 6 Razorbacks. I've made barely any progress in my lane, so.
I did get down mine and then that failed.
I've basically killed it half of them.
Battle paused.
What did you see, Twig? Oh
I
yeah.
had all my
Juno's-
ticks taken out.
Yeah, I thought someone was Junoing our base.
That's my entire defense.
Yeah, me and Tank Tom has pinged it, so they should know where they are. I'm just double checking if there's not more.
Yes, if you're online, can you give the Jags to small, please?
Battle started.
I need to push up with the Jags.
Now that I don't have ticks, they're getting through my base. Actually, they're not, because they got their own ticks, which are getting killed by their own Junos.
Yeah, it's the only guy that has to... He did not stop shooting. They're fine still.
Battle paused.
units are deleted at least now.
You know which player it is?
Barbie Commander.
Sorry?
Barbie Commander.
Bobby?
Yeah, Barbie. As in the toy.
Alright, I'll just
You've
find them.
received new units.
Oh, Barbie, as in the kids' toy. The
Yeah.
doubles.
B-O-B... I've never heard of that before.
B-A-R-B-I-E.
Oh, Barbie.
Yeah, Barbie.
You know what their RS is?
30. It's Ukrainian flag as well, if it helps.
Okay, kick man. Alright.
Battle started.
They got a
Titan
Thor.
detected. T3 unit is ready.
Holy shit.
I'll see if I can degun it.
I can also, without revealing too much, that is the heavy eco center up there.
That's alright. At least we got Aphis early from VS.
Yeah.
I dig on that.
Oh yeah, that's cursed. Small hint, the red marauders are not friendly.
Yeah, Marauders down here. I'm losing down here.
Sorry, man. Couldn't hold my lane.
Good.
I mean, you're holding pretty well considering how fast some of your teammates broke.
Dude, I need to hold my line. Yep.
Right is fine, terribly. And gonna be asking you guys.
So a massive hole in the south.
I got Shivas and Mammoths against me.
An allied commander has died.
No.
How did they see me?
This is also a surprisingly hard map to win as Kings.
I'm lagging quite hard.
You're doing well.
There goes build power. Ah yes, the small is completely dead here, they threw him.
Not with that attitude.
I mean, are you gonna tell me you can stop ticks with build turrets?
Stop them with flame.
I got the APM. Oh, it ripped my base.
An allied commander has died.
Yikes.
Yeah. mean, you did good on Twig on holding that much of a lane, I will say.
I should have done better though.
I mean, taking on a third of the map, I don't think you can expect much more than that.
An allied commander has died.
Yeah.
We didn't need those pulses in the middle. It would be nice if we had spam.
Yeah.
Oh well. Oh well. Hopefully there's lessons learned.
Yeah, this is it. It's just a matter of time before they get the eco centers of Duffy.
Your commander is heavily damaged. An allied commander has died. An allied commander has died. Warning, your team is down to its last commander. You're overflowing metal.
I mean, it was also the biggest eco center up there by far. They stacked a lot of players up on that side.
It's alright. We did that last game.
Yeah.
Enemy commander destroyed.
And people saw how effective it was.
I reckon we could have won that if everyone had their lane. I reckon
it was unfortunate.
Duffy was actually breaking his. You could have broken yours way earlier and actually had a stable position. So if those two people didn't break as they did.
I think you need to upper like the wheel to like.
I think it's more accurate to say that for this oversized level game, there should be a minimum OS for Kings.
No, it's not OS, it's more share.
Low power.
Yeah, it's a bit of a mix of it.
It's more experience.
An allied commander has died.
But yeah, like it's just having the brand new players as Kings is just a liability.
Well, some heavy eco.
Battle ended.
Heavy.
It would have been fun if we could hold out. Oh well. Good game.
I mean, you held out twice as long as the last King team.
Yeah, we'll catch you in the next one, guys.
They really did hold that top section best they could. Great play out of Duffy and out of Usurper, who absolutely capped those damages. Twig following very close there behind. Handful of the Peasants players quite high on damage, but nothing quite like the Kings. Twig, you unfortunately had too many players, too many Kings who didn't manage to get to a fusion level of eco through that game. What do you think? What would be your biggest advice on how the Kings could turn that one around in future games?
It was interesting speaking in chat. We did have 4 players in the Kings chat. Unfortunately, one of the guys in there was one of the 3 chefs building a lot of static defense. And then the other one, not too responsive, I think an ESL barrier there, or just not in comms, and unable to really coordinate what needed to be done by that 10-minute mark. As Kings, you really need to get a fusion up and have units being produced by that 9-minute mark if you want any chance to defend. I have a feeling if I didn't have to cover the gaps on the south and the north of my base, I could have probably pushed a lot earlier than I did, and done a lot more damage to the Peasants out that right hand side. I only managed to take out 1 base in all that game, because I was too just distracted and I'm just not good enough.
You
It
were
does get
pulled
a
in a lot of
challenge and you
directions.
get stretched.
What was that, Prey?
You were pulled in a lot of directions. That one, very, very difficult to win there,
Guys.
because you just could never get on the offensive.
11:30. Do we want to try this challenge of everyone versus us with plus 100?
Okay, I'd be down for that.
Yeah, we can give it a go. We don't have a queue at the moment. No, we don't. Cool. Yeah. Team is locked by the look of it.
Yes, we're not in the game. That's the problem.
There we
go.
Need to join the. There we go.
There we go. Somehow we made it in. So for those of you that saw this last week, we were challenged to fight the three of us against everyone as one of the games. So that is exactly what we're going to do.
This is a lot more players than last week. A few more.
Pardon?
There's a few more players than last week. Why have I been moved out of team 2?
I think I accidentally because they bounce around a bit. No, not bonus. Change team.
I mean, I'm happy to stay on team 1 with plus 100 bonus.
No. You're with us.
We're not going to take on Legion this game for the comment in chat there.
Yes.
Just because we don't know what we're doing enough with Legion. Okay, make sure there's no bonuses outside of this. Duffy is in the corner.
Oh yeah, Duffy's gonna
be
set himself up with the 40 odd comms.
Okay.
All right, so you're going to get the perspective of us from in-game this time round.
And rather than hearing us commentating on what's going on, you're going to hear us trying to respond to, oh god, he's in that corner, help.
Yep.
Or at least that's what I'm expecting is going to happen. Because that's typically what's happened most times.
Yep, there we go. Let's post the rules. There we go.
Thank you for the horde of people that are tuning in and watching this King of the Hill. We do host it every Sunday at approximately the same time. When we have had a lot of questions about hosting it at different times. I am a little bit baby locked at the moment, got a newborn, but we will try and host one at a different time to favour the US and European time zones once we hit those 1,000 subs on our YouTube, which we're pretty close to. After we hit that, we'll lock in a day that we do that, and we'll need to come up with a funding pool so I can pay for my wife and kid to go somewhere for the day, because there's no other way she'll let me do it.
I've heard that day spas are a thing that that your missus might like.
Yeah, hopefully they take babies as well.
I'm sure you could. Oh no, it's probably a little bit young for a babysitter at this point.
Yeah, we've only got 4-month-old. Tom, if you can start speccing players that haven't readied up, that'd be great. There are people in the join queue.
Do that. Start from the bottom.
I love how someone tries to use the balance command. It's like...
No.
How do you think the balance command is going to work here? 60. Oh my god, there's 62 players on the other team.
There'll be a couple less in a sec.
We have like maybe one extra com.
Yeah,
Jesus,
I'm
that's
just messaging Nightmare right now.
This is 30 players more than last time. Oh no, sorry, 20 players more than last time.
Yeah.
Duffy's messaged if he can help in the middle.
You
Oh,
know,
man.
I reckon we run it as is.
We're gonna see if we lose.
hey,
I
Duffy.
suspect we might lose this one.
I'm sure Duffy is
Jump.
listening.
Yeah, Duffy, if you're listening, jump in with us Wednesday next week or whenever we're on, and then we'll work out something where we put you in the middle, maybe with us, maybe not, depends on what you want, and we'll feature that for next week.
Okay,
I have messaged that now that we've told him. I've also said if we lose this, he's in next.
Oh yeah, well that works too.
No, sorry, like as in the next one of these, which
Yep.
means he's probably going to absolutely get everyone around him so that we get absolutely crushed so that he can be in the middle. I know that's happening.
Why have you given him the motivation to beat us? What are you doing, Twig?
Oh well. We won last week quite convincingly.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we
it got pretty close in a couple of.
Yeah, but we
had
also
Eco die.
We also lucked into taking out Duffy early.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm going to get one extra comm, and that's going to be our only extra bonus.
Please choose your starting location.
Boy.
Righty then. Whew, tensions are high for this one. We not sure whether we can win against this many players, but we're certainly going to try our hardest.
Oh no, and my game looks like it's broken.
Big black box at the top.
I'm just getting errors all over my screen with... I can't actually select any units. I'm guessing once the game starts, it might work. I might just do one of those reloads.
Yeah, there's only 29 enemies have loaded in so far.
Yeah, once everyone loads in, it should, because I can't place either, but I'm suspecting that it's everyone loading in.
Yeah.
For anyone that does have errors with their appearance in the game, there's a /LUAUI space reload that can be pasted into the main lobby chat, and that should actually in-game chat, and that should reset your UI.
There we go.
Yes, and that
There
fix it for me.
Indeed. Alrighty, everyone who's tuning in, we may not be quite as chatty this time round because we're going to be playing instead of commentating, but I'll just give you a quick run through of what is happening here. We do have 3 people in the middle with a +100 bonus, a 10-minute no rush time with the lava preventing entry, and then we have 61 players around the outside. That is a pretty scary amount, especially considering the OS of some of these players. If you look through, we have some absolute legends in the as our opponents, including Duffy at a OS 46, as well as many other veterans from the AllReasonNoLogic community. One of the reasons we mention Duffy is because he has built a bit of a reputation for being able to match the King's eco. Does look like a forced start vote has been called. I'm actually kind of okay with that, because there is not a lot of setup to be done here.
Yeah, it's through the mixes, wait until you get the second one, and work out whether you're building a solar or a wind.
Exactly. But with the +100, the wind is always pretty bloody good. And we are on the correct scenes, which is what we want.
Commander destroyed.
And
the song begins.
The song of the 1,000 commanders begins.
Didn't get my comm. Here we go. I got it on call.
Nice.
Give him a second to be able to drop it in.
No, I need it immediately. I'm already stalling.
How are you already stalling?
Because he's terrible at the
APM
game,
stalling.
and he goes straight into his lab like a numpty.
I did last week get the comms straight onto Win, so I could go straight into the lab, not even a mix. Discord streamer mode on.
Don't know what that. I mean, it's not on. So
Yeah.
Apparently Discord has streamer mode on. There's like an option. Anyway.
yeah, I can't stop to do that at the
Yeah,
moment.
I haven't heard any recently because we're the only ones that are in here. But that's alright. We will
Enemy
work it out
commander
as we go.
destroyed.
If you guys are like me, at the moment, you're currently very busy trying to do the things.
Yeah.
Do the things.
Go build me metal.
Oh shit.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Straight up.
I don't remember what we did last week.
What do you mean?
Back to me.
An allied commander self-destructed.
What are you doing? Okay.
We are.
Low power.
Yeah, I should have practiced this.
Panic.
I thought we were going to do it again.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Like I said, if we lose, we lose.
Yeah. We won the first one, that's all that matters. That's all that matters.
Oh, win lane low, that's what was fucking me. That's what it was.
Yep, that is brutal. Build that.
Oh, I have an extra comm. That's nice.
Yeah, I think we all do.
I think because it looks like it's pretty tough out there for us.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Need more power.
Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed.
Almost halfway.
Jesus, I'm doing so bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, compared to last time.
I build my G.
Enemy commander
Someone's
destroyed.
destroying my nexus.
An allied commander self-destructed.
Oh, I haven't put a out there.
Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed.
There's so many enemy comms going down.
Mm-hmm.
Just remember, Davi is going to come through with something disgusting.
Yep.
Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed.
Tommy, you forgot lane.
Enemy commander
Oh, no, you haven't.
destroyed.
Yeah, I kind of did. It's getting there. It'll have stuff. It's just not going to have a T1 build on it.
A minute left. Why am I hearing stuff?
Because they're shooting at one of mine. It doesn't matter. It's not a big deal.
Units.
T3 unit is ready.
Boys are here. You can go, mate.
T2 unit detected.
More converters.
Oh, I'm
Oh,
lagging.
what-
Yeah, that was the
um,
map change.
Yeah.
Feel that, don't you?
We do have 492 max.
Build bigger units.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we keep forgetting to do that, don't we?
Enemy commander destroyed.
Early damage.
With my converters, damn it. Remember, balls break walls.
Yep. And backlines blow up.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Why is my lab not built? Oh, I'm out of
You're
units.
overflowing metal.
This is
Oh, I'm into
super
the-
hard with unit restrictions.
With spam.
Yep.
I'm holed up with those Jags on the north. Wait for what's coming behind.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Go now.
Enemy
Yeah, I
commander
can't build
destroyed.
anything.
Enemy commander destroyed.
We made it in up there. Yes, we have.
Put it in, but I can't do anything because I got no units.
Yeah, this is we
You're
forgot to turn the
overflowing
unit
metal.
cap off, and this is a big problem.
Some stuff down there.
Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed.
Bottom side is open for business.
Nice.
T3 unit detected.
Or is it? Okay, Duffy must be at the top. It is Duffy at the top right. We need to focus on that.
Yeah.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Man, unit cap has absolutely fucked us.
Yeah, this is I cannot spend.
I'm not capped
I need
yet.
two T3 transition.
Destroyed.
You can spam T3.
Yeah.
Enemy commander destroyed.
I mean, if we just focus on this north and kill Duffy, we might be in for a
Enemy
chance.
commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed. Warning, mines were detected. Enemy commander destroyed.
Got some of our people.
Enemy commander
Where's
destroyed.
Duffy's comms?
Yeah. No, it's me going the bottom side as well.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Do have Duffy's comms. We're pushing with those balls. It's all good. Where's that Cortex? I need to build some Cortex T3.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Oh, how am I out of metal?
It's a good thing. More converters.
Oh, there were defenses on top of my base. God damn it.
Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed.
We really do have to focus on Duffy then.
No, I think it's too focused. Bottom side.
Oh, he's built freaking shields, that's genius.
Bottom side is starting to push in.
Enemy commander destroyed.
We lose.
Yeah.
Did you counter intrusions?
Stealthy units detected.
No, yeah.
Where are they? Oh shit. Fuck yeah, built one. I definitely need a bigger eco than this.
Yep.
Have you made it into the bottom left at all?
No.
I haven't hit the full like eco at the back of right,
Enemy
but I've hit
commander
some of it.
destroyed.
Oh shit, we got enemies on the bottom. I got nothing there for it either. I got a commander actually. I have a closer commander.
While Stuffy's a threat, if we can contain him,
Yeah, I might not stop this if you guys can send everything into the middle.
Yep. Yeah, we're not stopping that.
I did not realise
Your
the bottom
commander
was
is heavily
sorry.
damaged.
yeah,
I did
Stealthy
say.
I've been
units
trying to.
detected.
I did
An
say.
allied commander
Yeah,
has
rifles.
died.
Can I have fusion?
Low power. You've received new units.
Yeah,
An
we're done.
allied commander has died.
We're done.
Enemy commander destroyed. You've received new units.
Let's not stop until it's over.
Yep.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Bring back these a bit, couple of minor pop like that. Probably got a massive army there, doing nothing. Good power. Just run it up the guts of something, Tom. Maybe up there and then that way, Tom. If you can go over there. Because that there was so undefended. Back there. No? Alright.
Enemy commander
I'm-
destroyed.
I've cracked this side before.
No. up here there was a ramp that was very undefended.
Enemy commander destroyed. You're overflowing metal. Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy
On the
commander
north there's
destroyed.
some Razorbacks coming in.
Yeah.
Somehow perfectly bugging me. Tom, wake up!
damn.
Fuck. I literally just said it.
Busy on the
Make him
bottom too.
invisible. Make him invisible. Make him invisible.
An allied commander has died.
Get that com.
You're overflowing metal.
I've got a T211 able to build me a couple T2 constructors.
Yeah. No shite.
Bottom side. It's a com.
Yeah, bottom's about to fall again. Top, that's full, that's full, right.
Top's fine. Top's fine.
You might want to turn around because you're going to lose.
It's top is not fine, Twig. It's fine because my units are there.
Bottom's held. Oh, the fuck was that?
That was offensive power.
I don't know what popped that. My base is dead.
You still got Nico. What have you got to build though? I got not much to give you.
What my build power
Builder.
then? Got no idea what hit it. I don't have any labs to build.
Oh, we'll do
You
it
know,
on the
like-
south.
I don't have any way to build constructors at the moment. Oh, we never killed that com, did we? Probably what it was.
You want to rebuild from here, Tom? Or just get your stuff started.
I've got some stuff. I just lost the vast majority of my build power. Is more my issue.
Yeah. Yeah, once we ceded ground in this bottom level, we were in big trouble.
Ducky scares me right now.
I'm not so concerned. Like, yes, but also we kind of half-assed killing a bunch of these other ones. It's the
I'm
comp.
which is the weakest lane was. Is there a lane that you guys have broken that you don't reckon is rebuilt?
This area here.
All of
is
those I've
half
made it in.
broken. Yeah.
Tom, which one of yours is the weakest?
I've made it down. This one, this one, this one,
In the
this
last
one,
few
and that
minutes?
one. This one.
Yeah.
Ah, there's ticks and stuff. Oh, my base is about to go again. I can't stop this. I've got nowhere to produce units.
There you go.
What do you need?
Your commander needs to be invisible, bro. Or you ever
He
move it.
is. I can't produce units.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Actually doing some damage with the boys.
Titan detected. An allied commander has died.
I think this one's a
Enemy
loss.
commander destroyed.
Yeah, the fact that we can't really use ticks is a big problem.
Yeah, the unit cap is. I think I must have died to a tick or something that popped my base. Coming around the side here.
Wish I got more on it, but it's actually still alive.
Yeah, not having the spam to be able to clear out in front means that you can't.
Remembering to just keep building on the power.
Your commander is heavily damaged.
Oh,
Enemy
Just having things
commander
to scout
destroyed.
comms for you is great.
An allied commander has died.
Duffy's fighting the attack. So those D-guns happening.
Enemy commander destroyed. An allied commander has died.
There we go.
Enemy
So-
commander destroyed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Shotgun. Oh dear.
While Stuffy's definitely one of the stronger ones, being able to kill some of them might be the plan if we're just not making progress up there.
Oh, 100%. What wasn't attacking just here?
I'm at unit cap again.
Give them to me.
You're overflowing metal.
You should basically be able to keep throwing units at me.
Yeah.
I will keep on losing them. There's no way to get up that way. That way.
Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed.
Do you still have a counterintuition? Because I did lose mine.
I might have did.
Juggernaut detected.
What was that noise?
That was a weird
Launching
noise.
A ton of
Okay.
stunning missiles. So yeah, I'll wait to start doing it.
Stealthy units
Yeah.
detected.
That top side falling real hard.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Not enough to defeat a Jojo.
No.
Yeah, half an hour in.
Yeah. The 60 is a bit much because every co-op corner has insane amounts of stuff.
Oh, next time we've got the Duffy, I guess, and take a quarter each.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Might need
I
some
think against
practice.
this many. The other thing is that'll take a whole bunch of power out of one of the corners.
We won't need to prolong this that much longer.
No,
No.
I think we can call that pretty much.
An allied commander has died.
Sure, it's
Warning, your team is down to its last commander. An allied commander has died.
GG.
Battle ended.
Okay.
That was
Destroyed a bunch.
yes.
I produced
We
so
did
many
do a lot.
resources that I produced a negative amount, apparently. It exceeded positive and went negative.
Yeah.
Ah, we got infinite at the end, but look at that.
That was too tough.
That
tough.
was too tough.
What did we get? I managed to clear out most of this bottom
Hit my
side.
most APM ever, though. I got 131.
My biggest mistake was when I came up against this player. I tried to fight them. I should have just left and
Top
gone another way.
left?
The top left-hand side with all the
Yeah.
LLTs down. I should have just gone another way because it just took me too long to push
Oh,
in,
yeah.
and I wasn't doing anything. I was just killing nothing.
Yeah, I ended up. Twig, as it turns out, every single ramp on my half was cleared.
Yeah. Yeah, you did good. You guys did really good damage. You're probably right. We should have just focused on killing all the bases around the crater.
Yeah,
and
around the
corners
circle,
as
and
well.
then leave the eco corners to do their thing,
Yeah.
and then push up under them.
All right, let's do one more, I reckon, and that's it. Probably
Yeah,
it
I
for
reckon
me.
one more will be me done for the night.
Yes, we'll finish this one up on a normal game, and then that'll be it.
I am happy for it to have maybe. Do you want any modifications to the standard rules?
If they want to put Legion on, I think that's fine for the last one.
Alright, 8 kings.
What have we got for comments and stuff that have happened since then?
some questions about radar and anti-radar.
Whereabouts are those?
The official Twitch.
The official
So-
Twitch. That's interesting. I don't have those ones.
That's right. So radars will help you see things that aren't under an anti-radar. You'll only see them as blips on the map, and depending on whether you've got the pinpointers or not, they'll wiggle around. So you won't get the exact locations of them.
Okay,
Then the counter radar is just a complete and total block to any radar penetration. So you've got T1s that you can build that are reasonably small but effective. Then in T2 you can build much larger ones, but you can also build mobile ones, both out of the bot lab and the vehicle lab. And so you can prevent enemies from seeing you coming without having actual vision. So basically, if you're in fog of war and there's a radar, then you can see little dots. But if you're in fog of war and there's either no radar or a radar jammer that you're within the bounds of, then they can't see. Your units. It allows you to attack from the fog of war without them being able to do much about it.
And then with would it be viable to build enough build power to spam T3 fast enough to make up for the build cap?
Yes, it is viable to do it if we're left alone for a very long time to scale up. So
it takes a lot of space to be able to get enough build towers to spam T3.
Yeah.
And the thing is, whilst having lots of them is great, having the spam, a lot of the reasons for it is your vision, so that they can fire at full range and you can have some idea of what you're walking into. And it really helps with things like finding comms, which I found a lot of comms by my stuff dying, and that's a big metal investment to lose to D-guns when you don't have the massive things that can bump into stuff along the way, which is largely how you find invisible things.
Yep. The other thing to note is that if you want to use T3 as spam, a tick costs, 18 metal or something like that? Anyway, a tick is very, very cheap. A Razorback is 3,800 metal. Spam comes out in number of units in number of units per second, and you need you need to be able to match that. So you need an income of many times more than 3,800 metal a second. That's huge. We were as a combined for a team, we wouldn't have capped over 2,000 metal a second, I don't think, during that.
Yeah, I think I got to about 1,000 at one point.
Yeah.
But yeah, I definitely didn't have as much as I kind of wanted, partly because I was real busy trying to do the fighting.
Yeah.
And whilst I did set a builder to build APHIS and stuff, to have enough time to come back to deal with your eco to then get back to fighting gets real challenging.
And to answer the next question, how many players we're trying to fit in, the lobby's basically open for as many as are willing to play. The balance is best when there's around about 40 peasants and 8 kings. It's possible to do more than that. However, if you stack the kings with very, very strong players, then it is possible to do better than that.
We've seen some wins and losses on both sides this evening, haven't we?
Yeah, we've had a absolutely catastrophic loss for the Kings, where the peasants got super offensive. We've had a long game where the Kings ended up winning that one. We've had a peasant win on
as long as it did.
Yep, we've had a peasant win on a different map. Duffy is absolutely insane. T3 at 10 minutes as a peasant eco was a real game changer. Never let Ollie scale. And then we've just had the one where we were in the middle as a 3. We didn't quite manage to win that one. Lots of damage was dealt, but we just didn't have the APM or the units to push on through. Something that I would love to do if we try this again in the future is just up the unit cap so that we can actually spam things in the middle. Because transitioning to a handful of T3 units instead of lots of T2 units in that mid-game point, I felt was a bit of a hampering. And then using grunts or pawns as spam instead of ticks certainly consumed a lot of metal. Not that we were capping out on metal, but it just wasn't as they're not as fast and they're not as disposable as the ticks. So it was, it's a learning thing. We're not claiming that we're aces in the middle. Just a bit of fun to do.
All right, this is our last game. Unfortunately, only
It
a couple of
goes for-
subscribers for tonight. So if any of you would like to see a few of these replays, our analysis of the games, also Pradith's road to OS 25, he's slowly working his way up. He's been jealous of my OS, so he's decided to actually get on board the PvP games.
Jealous of your OS.
I'm joking.
You basically came begging. It was like Pradith, we don't have any content. What could we possibly do for content? And I was like, I guess I'll do a road to 25. I struggle with multiplayer. I like PvE.
All right, guys. Anyway, sub if you would like to see those games. Links in the description of our videos. Just search for AllReasonNoLogic, or I'll post it in the chat in game.
Also, I did enjoy the road to 25, and we are potentially going to expand that out to something a bit bigger. But yes, it was certainly the start of it was certainly a bit rough for me, but the end felt pretty good once I swapped to Armada. The new grunts are just amazing. Well, I don't even think the new pawns, I don't think that they're actually much different to how they used to be, but without the grunt to counter them, absolutely fantastic.
I just really hope they wind back that restriction they put on the grunts with their range. I'd like to see it halfway in between where it was and where it is now. I understand the last Alpha Cup, it was a big, well, the most recent one, everyone said the pawn's too OP. The one before that, it was the grunt was too OP. Just because you could keep the range, like when a pawn was trying to chase down a grunt, you could just kill it before it got to you. Now it's a case of the grunts can't get away fast enough.
Okay. Alrighty then, while everyone loads in, let's quickly give everyone a rundown of what's going on over here. Sorry to those that have heard it before, but to new listeners, I'm sure you will appreciate this. King of the Hill, we place a handful of players in the middle with a bonus. There's a 10-minute no-rush timer, and then we swarm the outside with peasants. If the peasants work well enough together, they will win. If the kings manage to roll over some peasants and get a foothold in the top and start sweeping around, the kings will win. There are some updates. There are some times where that formula gets flipped on its head. Like, for example, sending juggernauts into the middle. Those things do explode, and the middle is so damn dense that one chain reaction can spell doom for everyone. What the peasants should be looking out for is kings that are quite weak. Sorry, it is now well and truly 1 AM over here, so a couple of slips of the tongue. What the peasants should be looking out for is any king that is weak on the front line, so anyone who either ecoed too hard or is inexperienced, and try to push through, because once you get to that middle, it means that the rest of the kings cannot get offensive on their lane. You can take pressure off and you can hopefully destroy them. Kings, what everyone wants to see out of you guys is absolute overwhelming force down one particular lane, and if your lane is too heavily defended, go attack someone else's. It's all good. Couple of restrictions on this one. No air. One of the reasons that's something which people ask a lot about. Why is there no air? The kings would have to invest so much into anti-air to defend an area this big. In that first 10 minutes, it would make everything else almost impossible. Not to mention, if anything does get past, it could cripple all of the kings because all of their eco is so densely packed. The next one, no structures used offensively. So that means do not offensively nuke. I know nukes are turned off, but it's an example. Do not offensively Juno. So that means only Juno defensively, only Juno on your side of the ramps. The reason for this is that the kings have limited space, and the kings have very limited ways of dealing with it. If you fire artillery at the kings, it will hit somewhere. peasants, and also if you fire something at a king and take 1/8 of the kings out, you are taking 1/8 of the whole team out. If you fire on a peasant, you're taking 1/50th out. Big difference right there, even though we don't condone either side using them.
Battle started.
This is the battle starting. Just another huge thank you to Chrono, who made this lava possible using some techno wizardry. Somehow managed to turn ramps into dishes for lava. Don't know how, but can't thank him enough for doing it, because it has changed the way that this works. It makes it super obvious where people should not go. So we really do appreciate that, and one day, hopefully, we'll be able to get our own official version of the map that's even stronger than this one. Now, jumping on in Twig and Tank Tom. Oh, Twig, why don't you explain what you want to see out of the Kings, and after that, Tank Tom, tell me what you want to see out of the different play positions from the peasants.
Alright, so in the king's position, you got kind of two options. Either you can commie up with someone, maybe a buddy next to you. There are 8 kings, so maybe 4 groups too. Or you can just go it alone. Both viable options. You can get up by the 10 minutes a fusion, a T2 lab. If you're really greedy, maybe even a T3 lab off of a couple fusions. You want to be sending out constructors to get all those mexes. There's enough for 7 mexes for each of the 8 commanders. Remember that you do have that 45% bonus, so you don't need to build anywhere near as much wind or solar to get yourself to that T2 economy as you usually would. As I'm saying that, I'm still seeing some energy bottoming out for most of these commanders. No one reclaiming these crystals in the middle, actually. 1 or 2 players should be reclaiming the crystals. What I do like to see these days as well, which I don't do, is build vehicles. Those construction vehicles can traverse across the land at about a speed of 20 faster than the bots. So getting those mixes up faster, realizing that metal's really good. If you do commie eco, you do get your T2 a bit faster, but you also do lose the opportunity to reclaim the lab for that extra bonus metal. So yeah, I do like to just do it solo, unless I've got maybe someone that really knows how I play next to me. Someone like Prey. I know we used to do that. We haven't played in the middle together for a while. Maybe we're going to get on that next week. In the 8-person situation, that is. These 3-player ones, like last game, a little bit different. But anyway, we are 2 minutes in. Tom, about peasants.
So from the peasants, what we want to see is some solid ecos in those corner positions. Just having a look around, we can see we've got a T2 lab that's up for the bottom left. And similarly coming up for the others, we've got T2 labs, or single T2 lab coming up for bottom left, and top right. Bottom right looks to be largely going it alone for each of the players down there. So we probably won't see as much aggression out of them. But ideally we'd like to see those assisting with those T2 labs, getting those constructors out to everyone to help build those mexes, and then having a solid chunk of units ready and waiting to go as soon as that lava drops, or that 10-minute mark. If you've got about 20 units, there's a very high likelihood that you'll be able to find a gap. And if you've got, say, half of the players all pushing in at once, suddenly you go from, being, have I finished my defenses? Do I have my units up? Oh, it's going to be tight, to, oh god, I need to defend, half the map. I don't have the units. Panic.
Hot tip, everyone. We've seen a couple comm detonations from around the map. On the north, you can see it smartly done by the Armada wreckage of the teal player on the north of the map, slightly up on the hill. On the right hand side of the map, and very much pun intended, hot tip, having to heal the land just to be able to get to that commander, because you can see a construction bot already going down trying to get there. This lava has been placed just below the surface of the map, hence the glows that you're getting on the edge of the map. So if you do detonate your commander, you're going to create a nice little divot.
I'm going to jump in here, and we're seeing something very interesting out of the Kings this time that we haven't seen before, and that is one player taking all of the mexes down the middle as well as a couple around the outside, building the T2 lab in the middle, and then distributing that T2. Now, there are pros and cons to doing this. The pro is that you only have to invest in one T2 lab, and then you're going to have a central person who's most likely going to go into pretty heavy eco, potentially come on swing through with lots of T2 or some T3 at that 10-minute mark. We do see quite a lot of, we do see the T2 builders going out at around about the 5-minute mark. They're going to start getting those mexes down for people. This is good. It's early T2, and it means you don't have to have that T2 investment. However, there is a flip side to this. All the players that made this happen gave a couple of wind at the beginning to allow the pink player to go straight into this. And the other big thing, this is I think probably going to be the biggest one. They lose the value of reclaiming their T2 lab to get the fusion. They lose the value of doing that. So they're losing a large chunk of metal, and a lot of them haven't reclaimed their T1 labs either, so they're losing that too. So the question is getting those T2 mexes up earlier a good idea, or is getting the reclaim a good idea? And only time will tell for this one, but I'm really excited to see what happens and to see how this goes. It does look like the pink player only having to defend one entrance, the red player taking 3 in exchange for that T2 builder. I'm going to be really interested to see if this plays out, because this could potentially be a new meta. Though if I were to guess on how it would be best played in the future, I would rather see something similar to what's happened with Duffy, where they get that 1-minute T2, distribute out to everyone, share wind, that sort of thing. Because interestingly enough, it's almost better to get a APHIS, in fact, when I say almost, I mean it's because I'm unsure, not because it's either one way or the other. It could potentially be better to get an APHIS with conversion than to bother getting your T2 mexes around the map. Not sure on that one, but it would be very interesting to see a player like Duffy Theory craft a play like this in the middle and then execute it with some good players, if that's something that he's interested in doing. Twig, Tank Tom, what do you reckon of this change in the normal strat?
I like the timing of it. It was early enough that it was beneficial to the rest of the players. If it comes up at that sort of 5-minute mark, that's about the point when everyone can build their own anyway. But the T2 builders were arriving kind of at or before that 5-minute mark, which means that it's probably going to be beneficial. We'll have to wait and see when we hit that 10-minute mark to see where everyone's at. We've got a fusion up already. APHIS going down.
One big thing
Probably...
with this game compared to, say, 2 games ago when we had a similar player count, they do have a plus 55 bonus in the middle compared to the usual 45. I didn't realize that had happened. And
I think that's largely because they're less experienced as kings. And it definitely plays a bit different being in the middle, because you've got the extra resources. Build power is a huge limiting factor compared to typically, because you end up with enough resources that spending them becomes the challenge.
Looking around the map at the peasant side of things, we've got our first fusions and the like up in the corners. We do have an APHIS that is well and truly on its way to coming out. I think I can't overly tell because of the pings. Yeah, it's about halfway out, so that should potentially be some strong corner power. But looking at the king space, we've got 1 minute 30 to go, and there's definitely a bit of a deficit to power out of a couple of these lanes. The very top and the very bottom, I think, are going to struggle quite hard through the rest of this game.
I think for Red, that was he tried to build an APHIS, realized he didn't have the build power, it wasn't going to be up in time, and decided to switch back to a fusion.
Oh, so left and right are fine. It's top and bottom that are going to struggle.
Yes, that is a severe lack of economy.
Yeah.
So advanced solar's going down. I have been enjoying advanced solars recently just because they build so quickly. So when you've got resources to spend and build power available, they're a good way to get that energy boosting.
Yes, they are. They do help. They do help if you try to go straight into an APHIS on this map. You can put a couple of those down just to balance your energy. If you're going to try and do that, my recommendation is aim for 1,000 energy a second. That allows you to get an APHIS pretty well in this map on the plus 45. 10 seconds to go. Lava will disappear. There will be a slight jolt in the map when that happens. And then it will be game on. Looking around the map, though, not a huge amount to be happening at that 10-minute mark. In fact, I don't see... I only see some very, very small forces out of the peasants. We have a group of 7 blitzers going in. And that's it. That's it for this 10-minute mark.
Yeah, this is not good for the peasants.
Unfortunately, they're into the defended lanes.
Yes.
You can see on the bottom left.
Past a little bit.
There's blitzers getting through, and once you're past the defenses, keep on running.
Yes, I would have liked to see these welders a little bit deeper in, but even if they take out that mechs, not a big loss because it is only a tier 1 mechs. There we go. That is them cleared out, and it does look like we're going to have a super passive game for now. We do have a
thing out of pink on the right side for the Kings.
Marauders are a unit that you can use in this. Whether I would recommend that or not so much. These are a unit that doesn't deal with density very well. They're a great. They're in multiplayer. They're a fantastic unit because they're very fast, and that speed allows you to get strong T3 into the back lines and destroy eco. In something like this where you have to push through lanes, they just don't have that pushing power.
Push
and
on
they
the right
really...
sorry, the left-hand side with the red.
Yes.
Through my mind.
Red
mad D-guns. Absolutely mad D-guns. Enough still get through that a lot of damage is going to be done, but that was absolutely insane. That com up to 35 kills, and it does look like Chiva
good D-guns coming out there.
Clean that up. And
Lost
now
some wind, but only losing some wind is a good trade for that many units coming down the ramp.
And with that, the blue player did try to push in behind it, thinking that there would be no units, but red does have enough economy to spam out this T1 and clean those up nicely.
I do like the response of immediately going in after, hoping that there wasn't going to be anything, because more often than not, there isn't. And if it had been, say, at the other ramp, then there was a good chance he could have made it in.
Does look like a push in the top right-hand corner. Some snipers with a couple of blitzers in front, as well as a stout push heading in from the lane next to it. Does look like these players are coordinating because while that's going on, the dark purple player is making their way in as well. Unfortunately, this push has effectively been blunted, but the snipers could still get a lot done. They don't have a lot of energy behind them though, so that bar does need to be dragged up so that more than one can shoot at a time. Still reasonably passive game going on. The Kings are scaling nicely. They're currently sitting at 3/4 of the eco of the peasants, and that is not something that is going to be that's not a comfortable position for the peasants. If the peasants had super corners, it'd be fine. But the peasants currently not overly scaling in the corners, which means that the Kings are going to be catching them at a rate of knots, so long as any sort of economy is being put down and built in the background. And we do see an APHIS coming up. We do see some wind scaling, and we will see hopefully a lot more of that going on. It does look like the left corner is trying to activate. They've sent some spam in, but that is being cleaned up right now by Starlights. We have got some offensive persecutors up on that top left side. That is not something that players are allowed to have going. Twig, if you can ping that one for removal.
Seems to be Marauders are the play of the game this time around. Got Marauders on both sides. Push coming out of this right-hand side. We'll see if they can make it up the ramp.
The thing which is crazy is that Beamers don't actually trade badly with Marauders. If you have a decent number of Beamers, they can actually do a lot of damage to Marauders. Look at it, just look at that one at the front. This is an expensive T3 unit, and a handful of Beamers has just knocked down several of them. They're still going to get through, and because of the way that the wind has been built, there's still a great opportunity for a lot of damage, but this was what I was talking about the pushing power being a problem and the density being a problem. A lot of them getting it taken out on their way in and then struggling to make do because of just a handful of defenses. On the other side though, the Marauders do push in a little bit more successfully, but even still, there is only the one left in the back line, not doing super well.
They did manage to take a commander out on their way in. And as a king, that's the best sound you can hear. Enemy commanders dying. Because then it means there's one less thing to degun your T3 when it comes through.
Oh man. Something which always terrifies me anytime that I push is like, am I going to run my units into a comm and am I going to lose them all to a degun?
Mm-hmm.
And that is not the thing that you want to have happen.
Some efficient choice on the right with these Marauders because they are just coming in continuously. Despite taking damage, they are managing to...
Well, the interesting thing is that some of the density that I said they'd have trouble with is cleared up, and now they're doing a good job. It's almost like I set myself up to be right either way. Just like good commentators do. But yes, I never said the Marauders couldn't be effective, just that I don't think that they were any more effective than... I don't think that they were any more effective than Bulls might have been. And because of going into that T3, they have allowed for some units to get into the middle, and this is relatively undefended here with most of the units available to protect coming out of a T2 lab or a T3 lab. I don't think there's enough in here to take out the APHIS, but that certainly was distressing, and it has put the pink player, the light pink player, on the back foot here, losing some of the mexes, losing some of the wind. Good catch right there. Does look like the top right corner is pushing spam in front of the snipers, but it does look like yellow is holding. And looking at the charts, just gonna wait for the reclaim to balance itself out before we determine what the actual incomes are. But if those are holding steady without reclaim, then it is sitting at around about 100% bonus towards the peasant side of things, which is quite the difference. This strategy in the middle, whilst it did look like it could have potential, I don't think it changed the base of the game right out of the gate. I think the thing which is more likely to change the game is how a lot of... if all the kings are capable of playing their role and getting that T2, T3 energy production online in that 10 minutes. I think that's probably slightly more impactful than the sharing of the...
Ideally what you like to see from the kings is that they continue to build some of that eco. I know it gets real challenging when you stretch for APM when you're fighting on the front lines and trying to deal with all the things that are happening, but just setting, you know, a builder to just have a queue to keep going so that, you know, a few minutes down the line, you've got more eco to produce more units to keep fighting on that front line.
Does look like the Marauders doing decently well on the left-hand side, clearing up yet another comm and now marching through the bases. One thing that I definitely recommend once you are into the enemy bases, don't worry too much about clearing out the defenses on the ramp. Just keep those units wandering around in the back lines, picking off whatever you can. Lost 3 to demons and Carganes that probably didn't need to be lost, and had they made their way up and towards the back, could have had a much larger impact than a couple of defenses. Twig, what have you seen?
Oh, I'm just looking at what you're doing, what you're looking at. The Marauders aren't the best for King of the Hill, but God, they are fun to use. They are fast.
Oh, yeah.
Just, you can keep them just out of the range of a commander if you micro them really well. Sometimes I'll do better with one Marauder than I'll do with a handful of them, just because I can micro.
Does look like Orange is in a bit of trouble here with some Tiger tanks pushing through and taking out a lot of that build power. They will be cleaned up by these fiends, but that is the T3 lab stalled out of that player, and since they have eaten that T2 lab, they're not going to be able to get many defenses out. So if there was any sort of push at this time, which, oh look, there is, this could be a rather large problem. We do need the cream player to step in and assist Orange, because without that it will turn into a much bigger deal. One Tiger pushing in. Will it get the... No, it won't. Targeted the wrong thing. Could have potentially grabbed a little bit of that conversion, but did not. Orange is in trouble though, because without that extra build power, going to need support from all the players around it. Starlight's pushing in out of the cream player, but those are definitely needed for defense more than anything else right now. They are taking a good amount of damage from Azar, as well as some... I think it's actually just the Czar. And a Negotiator.
Point in time now where I do feel the Kings really had that advantage. The eco's been in the lower double digits of difference, where usually we see it in the higher double digits between the peasants and the Kings. That difference in the top right of your screen. And because the Kings haven't been able to take out enough peasants in the first minutes, similar to two games ago when I was a King, it's allowed those corners to now come online, and we are seeing just a little bit too much to overwhelm the Kings. Even Red, who is doing very well, has had the ramps plugged by Green and a few other players, and now it's allowing for some counter attacks.
Good pressure from this bottom side, being able to push in. There's been constant pressure both from the Kings and from the peasants on this bottom side, and at the moment the peasants definitely have the advantage.
Yes, with the blue players pushing well and truly into orange. Orange is about to lose his fusion that is attached to his build power. That is going to be a big problem. The player decided to grab or not.
Get that one. There he does.
There we go. There we go. Decided to get that extra fusion instead of a T2 lab, which has not paid off for them. 2 invisible fusions there, but they will be seen momentarily, and then they will also go down. And this is a nice big open hole into the base, and it does allow
good use of scuttles.
Where?
Right there. Scuttles have popped all the build power for that base.
Very, very nice. We do like scuttles, but with this part of the base being opened up, that was a scuttle. There are scuttle explosions happening all around. A couple of lag spikes going on right now. Apologies for that one. But looking around, the next target does seem to be the Cream player, though I think that if you massed enough T1, you'd be able to go very heavily into the middle of the map. Some T3 coming to defend that spot. Not a bad idea to keep attacking. This base is so dense that taking out a couple of things like these hardened energy storages and fusions will pop the build power and then take away this player's ability to fight back.
If I was the peasants in this bottom right corner, I would everyone should just come online. They should see, okay.
Oh yeah, rush the Cream player right now, and that'll win you the game.
There's too many players right now still building pork, and not units.
Does look like Green is now into Red's base with these welders. This eco was built very deep into the donut, and that allowed for a very quick assault from the Green player and no reaction time from the Red player. Red doing their best, but unfortunately they now have welders and snipers in. Their economy is going down very, very quickly. They've just lost a huge chunk of their build power, and I think that was all of their conversion, so their metal production now is incredibly low. The APHIS are at risk, and the snipers are taking their toll with a couple of Kargids in front to defend. These snipers should be able to do a lot of damage. Thankfully, the demon identifying the red player identifying it and pushing the demon and other units into those snipers, taking those out, but that's a huge setback, and that's popped the loss of those two of that 1.5 players has dropped the red eco down by almost 500 metal, which is going to be a big problem for the team, because now it is a 100% difference between the Kings and the peasants, and we've all seen what happens when there is a 100% difference. Looking at the top side of the map, the white player has come online. In fact, I think there's 2 white players have come online to a decent extent. They've pushed the maroon player back, and this is starting to look a bit like a couple of the other games we've had tonight. Just a few of the Kings players just that little bit ill-prepared, and then that starts to tip the scales constantly. However, we do have an attack coming up out of Red. Red is getting on the offensive again with their massive units, and is going to try to beat their way back into this fight. They've found an opening, and they are pushing with it. A couple of Fiends and Grunts going to be able to do good amounts of damage, and I actually agree with that. Skip the comm, try and get the eco damage on the high ground, but unfortunately APM stall means that the units are not being grabbed and pushed to the very edges where they need to go. Big Fiend push heading towards Cream, but with that line of bulls there, it does look like that has been deflected, so the peasant
Green
is now
getting
moving.
Fiends in from the right-hand side there.
Those Fiends, are they faster than Marauders? Speed of 83 versus speed of 95. No, the Marauders are faster. They will be able to chase them down. But this really is showing how much the team is being picked apart. We have two kings in the same corner, all struggling a little bit, all struggling. And unless the rest of the team swings about to try and clear this up, this could be the demolishment of the center position. Sorry, the kings at the center. It does look like the kings have received a little bit of bonus eco in this one to try and balance things out just a little bit, considering how much of the back foot they're on. Unfortunately, though, Cream has just lost their, I think that was their comm, and it does look like they might be about to lose their fusion and therefore build power. So even with all the resources in the world, that is not going to help them with the build
that
power.
doesn't turn
is
into
not
units.
there. I'm surprised we didn't get an infinite resource build power
I think
in
we
our
did
previous one.
right at the end. But for me, I had no build power left at that point, so it
the-
didn't make any difference.
The issue we had was mostly
Hey,
the unit cap.
oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, the unit cap was what did us in. I don't know whether it was less this time round or not.
It was smaller for sure. I remember it being 600 and something last week. It was 400 and something this week.
That explains why it was so rough for us. But that does mean that next time we'll just need to bump that up so that we can actually have a fighting chance.
Must be for the whole game, like that unit cap's worked out on, because there was an extra 20 players in the game. That makes sense, maybe.
I mean, I'm not entirely sure. I really don't know how it works. The only thing that I thought was that it was 2,000 divided by the team, but that doesn't make sense in an 8v8 game because that would not be very many units per player. And considering that build power is such a big important thing, if you look at the Kings right now, between all of them they have 300 plus build turrets just in one faction. They have almost 500 build turrets between them, so that 2,000 for the whole team sounds like it could be a bit rough when spam is one of those essential things needed to break through the eco splits. Does look like we're starting to get a bigger push coming from the top side of the map, this time T2 instead of T1. We have Sheldons, we have Mausers, we have Ambassadors. They're fighting into some rough units such as the Mammoths and a couple of their own Arbiters and Sheldons, but this is a massive force to be pushing it, and with spam it probably will be quite successful in doing so unless another player can come in and help. Does look like Yellow's trying to get on the counter-offensive and siege using the Vanguards. It's actually something that would be very much so worth us considering doing if we're playing, if we do end up doing that challenge again in the middle. Just set up some Vanguards to blanket fire all of the high ground positions. Just deny all that. I know that's something I really should have looked into while I was playing, but while you're playing you don't always make the best of decisions.
You're busy trying to do all the things and then forget some of the simple stuff.
Yes, you definitely do. Does look like the T2 lab going down for the Maroon player, and now they're in pretty dire straits. There is a Titan, but it is heading for its own defense more than anything else. And it does look like the map is in a struggle state for quite a lot of these players. Red has been very, very, very successful with a counter-offensive. All of this fire just melting through absolutely everything. But these were the units that were made during that moment of infinite eco, and now that they have been cleaned up, Red doesn't have.
We're going to see Yellow's eco go down from a whole bunch of Ambassadors at distance. Last missile coming down right now.
Where? Oh, yep, there we go. Yellow taking too much damage right there. Those long-range Ambassadors just taking a wild ping, or potentially they knew exactly where it was, one way or the other. But that now drops the Kings to 1.5 million metal income, and they are having trouble spending it against the 1.5 million metal income.
Got another one of those sneaky infinite resources on the red dice.
Right. I was quite shocked for a moment there. I was like, wait, why are the Kings doing so well at this exact moment? But build power being what build power is, I don't actually think that there will be enough to stop this push from above as long as these units just keep spamming straight on in and they hit that build power even just a little bit. That will all chain react. It is all close enough together, and once that chain reacts, Pink's ability to produce will be completely destroyed. You just need to get just enough damage to detonate a few of them, and there they go.
And there it
Build
goes.
turrets chain react very nicely. Oh, enough of them there to save it. So not a complete and total failure, but now most of the build power is stuck on a couple
Severely
of
limits the
yes.
unit production.
Good at getting that build power up straight away and identifying that that's one of the biggest things that could be done to keep them in the game, but definitely going to be quite difficult at this point. Pink is managing to push up with all of those units that are spammed out, and they have managed to clear out the bottom left side. Those demons essentially firing up the cliff, actually sorry, down the cliff, and clearing out that eco spot. That's huge. That just knocked off 800 metal a second, which is absolutely crazy. More going down over here to this spam as it comes on through. All of these Titans, just a big menace and absolutely cracking their way through everything. It does look like these demons may actually get the chance to clear up another eco center, but based on how they're moving, they might actually leave this corner in a position that can be recovered quite nicely, which is a very surprising move. But getting as much damage in the line as you can, also a good idea. Top left, even though they had that big push of demons in, has managed to recover quite nicely. And this is turning into a three corners against one half. Kings versus peasants matchup. Massive push of fiends though is going to get into that build power. And if that Aphis blows, and that Aphis is going to blow, huge damage right there. And that is all of the T3 build power gone down. We have a large skirmishing force in the base, could continue on to take out the rest of Pink, and then once Pink is taken out, the majority of the threat will just be red focusing on the front line. I think red is having a... Oh no, the infinite resources have disappeared. That is why they are no longer building at a prodigious rate.
This top right side's doing a great job of getting into the middle here.
Is there infinite resources for the peasants at the moment now, or are they just that high up on eco?
They're just that high up. But they are struggling to spend. Does look like there's going to be one final push out of the Kings, who are going to try to clear up that middle and regain that ground that they've lost. But with only 2 Aphis left on the field, this is going to be a peasant side victory. Just remember the large units that you saw here, so the 25x pulsar and the infinite resource spawning Aphis. If you want to get them, just make sure you plug in a controller. I would give the Konami code a try. It unlocks interesting things in your menu. Thanks. Alright, that is the end of this one. Let's have a quick look at those stats. Peasants ahead in damage by around about 1 million. Damage efficiency, the peasants well ahead at 105% to 75%. Metal produced irrelevant because of the infinite Aphis. Let's have a quick look at those graphs. Not because the production will tell us anything. It will just look like this. But then
Metal
we have
still shows reasonable numbers.
Oh, does it? That's a good thing to know. But looking at the damage dealt graph, we do see that 4 of the Kings, absolute phenomenal amount of damage done. But then the peasants, so many peasants doing lots of damage. That's what happens when everyone gets nice and aggressive. Let's look at that metal spent. Metal used. There we go. Metal used graph. You can see red really did take advantage of those infinite resources, but look at blue's spending. Absolutely insane for 4 of those players. Let's bounce on out of this one and let's get ready to close off the stream. It's been an absolute pleasure to cast all these games for you and run this King of the Hill. It's one of our favorite parts of streaming.
Yeah.
I have been Pradith. The person who modified the map to give us that beautiful lava was Chrono. If you're interested in our content, feel free to jump on to AllReasonNoLogic on YouTube, Twitch, and Discord. Links coming down the line, coming into chat in a moment. Just got to find them just got to find them all based on the rules. There they are. Joining me has been Twig and Tank Tom, and big thank you to the moderators who came online to help us tonight. Nightmare, it's been an absolute pleasure to work with through all of this, making this entire thing possible, allowing us to have these bigger lobbies, getting rid of the units that break the rules, and helping us do all of the modifications to the lobbies and making sure that those games don't end up being too much of a wash by adding in those extra little bits of fun. Thank you everyone for watching. I'll turn you over to Twig and Tank Tom for as they take you out of the stream.
Once again, big thanks to Chrono for modifying that Raptors map. Definitely made for some epic battles with less moderation needed at the start of those, and also to those moderators in addition to Nightmare. I think we had Flo and OP Man in there, maybe another one or two as well tonight. And if you enjoyed that stream, make sure you do hit that subscribe button. We are so close to 1,000. I know it's a little bit greedy for us to ask, but we are aiming for 1,000 subs, and every one of you really helps us in growing the community. And thanks again, everyone, and we'll catch you in the next one. Every Sunday.
Thanks so much, guys. I'm sure we'll see a whole bunch of you again next week.
Thanks for joining us. Thanks for being a wonderful audience, and thanks for jumping on into everyone that played tonight.
Beyond All Reason fans, welcome to King of the Hill by AllReasonNoLogic. Experience 2 or more teams facing off in epic scale warfare, where the Horde gang up on the Kings of the Hill. Kings start off with an economic bonus. They do their best to defend an onslaught after a no-rush timer expires. Test out your micro and defend against multiple players in variations of this game mode. Or be part of the masses. Team up with your allies to topple the throne in a glorious victory. AllReasonNoLogic, hosting King of the Hill lobbies, most Sundays. Join our Discord to be part of the action. See you in game, Commanders. Beyond All Reason fans, welcome to King of the Hill by AllReasonNoLogic. Experience 2 or more teams facing off in epic scale warfare, where the Horde gang up on the Kings of the Hill. Kings start off with an economic bonus. They do their best to defend an onslaught after a no-rush timer expires. Test out your micro and defend against multiple players in variations of this game mode. Or be part of the masses. Team up with your allies to topple the throne in a glorious victory. AllReasonNoLogic, hosting King of the Hill lobbies, most Sundays. Join our Discord to be part of the action. See you in game, Commanders. Beyond All Reason fans, welcome to King of the Hill by AllReasonNoLogic. Experience 2 or more teams facing off in epic scale warfare, where the Horde gang up on the Kings of the Hill. Kings start off with an economic bonus. They do their best to defend an onslaught after a no-rush timer expires.